information site, and this is CNN.
Remember how we got here. Yes, the video. Stark, consistent. But we've seen videos before. I'm old enough to remember Rodney King, Eric Gardner, Philando Castile, Tamir Rice. Look, I know you can't keep the names straight. Why? There are too many. But I'll remind you, the videos always prompt outrage. It never looks good. But we have never had one lead to a cop convicted of murder, let alone in a non-shooting situation. What does it mean? Van Jones. So we have reminded people, you reminded me last night, we had the chief of police, we had the head of training testify in this case against a former officer.
Yep.
Unique.
Very, very rare.
We had it start with the local force making it sound like something it was not.
Yep.
Until it was taken by the state, given to A.G. Ellison and a special prosecutor. But for, we're not even here.
Right.
So in context, how special is this?
Very special, and there's lessons here. And I'm so glad. I love talking to you because we can get to the real stuff. People say the system worked. That's kind of true, but it's not. The people made the system work. That's the key, is the people made it work. That young woman with her cell phone, and then when they turned in, they had the cover up with the local police department going, ooh, it was just an oopsie, and the local prosecutor wasn't acting right. People rose up. The governor, responding to the people, took the case, gave it to Keith Ellison. He put that case on. The people making the system work. And that's going to have to continue going forward. Three things. Now the elected officials got to step in. Number one, the people got to make the Senate act. The House has already passed some good legislation. Senator Tim Scott and Cory Booker could sit down together, come up with the way for the Senate to act. Ban the chokehold. The chokehold's still not banned. There's no registry for cops like Chauvin. There's no duty to intervene today. There is no duty for the cop to intervene right now. Let Senate now fix that, number one. Number two, this week, Vanita Gupta and Kristen Clark could be affirmed by the Senate to be a part of the Department of Justice. It's what Biden was talking about today. These are competent, smart civil rights attorneys who could get in there and begin to help make real change. Give Biden the team he wants to clean things up. The last thing is that locally, they've got an idea of this thing called Yes for Minneapolis to fix the police department there and to make that thing work. You gotta keep making the system work. It's not automatic. You can make it work, but you gotta do the kind of stuff that got us here is what can get us there. If you just celebrate and sit down, we'll be right back here in a year.
People take me to task for showing the crowd and showing that they're white people. Yes, one of the reasons I do that is so that white people can get over this phobic response to angry black people. But also because minorities can't change things by themselves.
Yeah. You know what?
The majority has to want it too.
You know, that's called math matters, okay? Black Lives Matter and math matters. It turns out it's always been this unbelievable coalition, often led by black folks, often led by black struggle, black soul, black pain, black genius, black magic, but never by ourselves. Always with these unbelievable allies of every color. I love this new thing, this bouquet of humanity. That was one of the phrases from it's always been a bouquet of humanity. Always led by black struggle or often led by black struggle, but everybody and it brings out the best in everybody. And that's what happened here. And so that you're not taking anything away from the black struggle by saying that. You're saying the black struggle is so beautiful, it can bring the best out in everybody. But listen, math matters. The people who are in the state of Minnesota, if you look at their numbers, the livability index is unbelievable, but the disparities are some of the worst in the country. What does that mean? It means Minnesota's a great place to be white and a terrible place to be black. That's what that means. And you got to get together to fix it. One of the things that happened is that you had grassroots organizations of all kinds who, when the cameras went away, kept working together, kept helping each other. Muslim, Hmong, Somali, all these young people working together. That's what we've got to keep. And I tell you what, some of the people right now who are denouncing you, Chris, for doing what you're doing, in 10 years will be praising you. because that's what happens. It's the people who raise their hand and tell the truth, get beat up in the short term by the left and the right, but long term, that's what makes a difference. It's happening on the air, it's happening in corporate boardrooms, it's happening on the streets, it's happening among young people, and we are winning. Folks, we're winning, but we haven't won yet.
All that matters is change. How it gets there, it gets there. The majority has to want it. My question is, how much of a catalyst is this? This case, again, I did not see this verdict coming. Yes, everything makes sense after the fact, but this was unprecedented almost in a non-shooting case. But you know, the notes I see from people saying, hey, I got to tell you, I'm happy for them. I'm happy for those guys. Well, who's those guys?
Right.
You have to be happy. Really, I mean, it's not a joyous situation, but you have to be satisfied that the system can work and that the compromise of the collective can make things happen. If the majority doesn't want the changes we need for our police officers to do their job better for themselves and those they protect, it won't happen.
I agree, and I want to just say one last thing. Coming together is the key, and the U.S. Senate has an opportunity like you've never believed. Everybody, the polls on the chokehold, the registry, duty to intervene, off the charts in both parties. You have a Republican leader in Tim Scott, a Democratic leader in Cory Booker. Let them get together, break the logjam in the Senate, and do something. People will feel better on all sides if we acknowledge the stuff that's not working and fix it. That could happen. The Senate could do that. They could confirm Vanita Gupta and Kristen Clark. Things could happen this week, this month, that would make this less likely to happen going forward, and that make everybody feel better.
And just one little add, process matters. Don't let the leaders deal with this with the proxies of Booker and Scott. Put it in committee. Let's see people, how they mark it up. Let's see what amendments they want.
Sure.
Let people be counted for why they don't want to vote for it. Don't give them the out.
Good point.
Of being able to talk on it on the side. Let it all be exposed. People know what's right and what's wrong.
Yeah.
Van Jones, you are like, I don't know, I guess like a beautiful tulip in the bouquet. Guys like me doing the job, we're that like grass that they throw in at the end that, you know, that sits at the bottom.
We're all
maybe I'm the foam. I don't know. But I appreciate you. Thank you for your message to my audience. You are a plus.
Thank
Be
you,
well.
brother.
All right. Now, what's going to happen? In several weeks, you will have the sentencing. That will be a very interesting aspect of this. You also have 3 more officers to be tried. So we're going to go back on what comes next with a criminal defense attorney who helped get George Zimmerman acquitted in the Trayvon Martin case. This part of the analysis matters. The sentence matters. The next cases matter too. We'll be right back.
At touchofmodern.com, our expertly curated products are never ordinary, never mundane, and never in a million years what you'd expect to see or imagined you'd ever have. Check it all out at touchofmodern.com.
The moment Proactive started working, I felt relieved, empowered.
Get that clear skin feeling with our 3 skincare systems. Proactive's got clinically proven ingredients to clear skin and dermatologist tested to be gentle. Subscribe today, risk-free at Proactive.com, and get this free charcoal brush.
My name is Charmaine. I am a mother of 6 amazing kiddos, and I just discovered Premier Protein. I have a very active family. I couldn't keep up anymore. Just because things change in your life, it doesn't mean that you can't stay on top of your health. I like the chocolate one. It actually tastes really good.
Premier Protein, too good to be good.
Well, hello, look at all of you, how fun. Tell me how much weight you lost with Nutrisystem.
40. 45. I lost 41 pounds.
55.
Mike, you beat me. I lost 50.
Order right now. Get 50% off a month of meals and 50% off a month of shakes.
Nutrisystem changed our lives, and it can change yours too.
Go online or call 877-808-FIT4 to save 50% on a month of meals and 50% on a month of shakes.
Love you. Have a good day. Behave yourself.
Like, she goes to work at 3 in the afternoon and sometimes gets off at midnight. She works a lot. A whole lot. We don't get to eat in the early morning. We just wait till we get to the school. So, yeah.
Right now, here in America, millions of kids like Victoria and Andre live with hunger, and the need to help them has never been greater. But when you join your friends and neighbors to support No Kid Hungry, you'll help hungry kids get the food they need.
If we want to take care of our children, then we have to feed them.
Your gift of just 63 cents a day, only $19 a month at helpnokidhungry.org right now, will help provide healthy meals and hope.
We want our children to grow and thrive and to just not have to worry and face themselves with the struggles that we endure. Nobody wants that for their children.
Like if these programs didn't exist, me and AJ, we wouldn't probably get lunch at all.
Please call or go online right now with your gift of just $19 a month. And when you use your credit card, you'll receive this limited edition t-shirt to show you're part of the team that's helping feed kids and change lives.
If you're coming in hungry, there's no way you can listen to me teach, do this activity, work with this group. So starting their day with breakfast and ending their day with this big, beautiful snack is pretty incredible.
Whether kids are learning at school or at home, your support will ensure they get the healthy meals they need to thrive. Because when you help feed kids, you feed their hopes, dreams, and futures. Kids in your community and across America need you now more than ever. Call or go online to helpnokidhungry.org right away and help feed hungry kids today.
We're not saying Daily Harvest will change your life or that it will be the first of many steps to healthier habits. But we're not saying that. We can say that Daily Harvest takes care of food so that food can take care of you. Get started today at dailyharvest.com.
The George Floyd murder trial is over, but the legal process is not. You have Derek Chauvin's sentencing months away. An appeal is a virtual certainty. And don't forget, there are 3 other officers still to be tried for Floyd's killing. Criminal defense attorney Mark O'Mara joins me now. I was surprised by this verdict. I did not think they would get the second-degree murder charge, but they did, and they did it quickly. Now, what does that suggest, if anything, about sentencing?
Well, it tells the judge, who's going to be the sentencing authority here, that this jury was certain. They didn't take too long. There wasn't a lot of compromise. There weren't questions about what to do. They knew the law, they knew the facts, and they applied them. So I think a tight deliberation, and this wasn't an hour or two. I mean, they took their time. I think they went through all the evidence, but I think their voice to the judge was, we are certain that Chauvin was guilty of second-degree murder, and by the way, everything else that we can convict him of. And I think the judge has to take that into heart and into mind when he decides what's a reasonable sentence under these circumstances.
Aggravating factors, mitigating factors. What do you see as the biggest aggravating and any mitigating?
So the abuse of his authority, no question about that. And of course, he was vulnerable, and a vulnerable victim, somebody who you abuse that vulnerability, and that's exactly what Chauvin did. I mean, let's face it, it was exactly who George Floyd was that led to his death, that he was vulnerable to Chauvin's continued actions. So he's got a lot of explaining to do to this judge, which he'll have an opportunity at sentencing, to say why he did what he did. Because those 9.5 minutes not only got him convicted, but I think it's going to get him an aggravated sentence.
Aggravated sentence means what? You think there's any chance he serves 20 years or more?
Well, the guidelines suggest for someone like Chauvin, ignoring the aggravation, about 12.5 years. If Chris, if I or you were convicted of those just like it was, 12.5 years is the recommended sentence, although the maximum is 40 years. So we know that he got maybe this offer of 10 years way back when. Attorney General Barr poo-hooed it somehow. But we have to know that a regular person, not a cop, a regular person would get 12.5 years. Now, does Chauvin get the benefit and a lesser sentence because he was a law enforcement officer? Or does the judge look at those aggravating factors and say, look, you so abused your trust and the ability and authority that we gave you that we now have to make an example of somebody who does that abuse of trust, and gives him that 20-year sentence? I don't think it's going to go higher than 20, but I would be surprised if it's only the guideline range of 12.5.
And whatever that is.
Which, by the way, Chris, I'm sorry, is a massive sentence for a law enforcement officer to get.
Right. I mean, this judge is not going to have a lot of precedent to rely on. And look, because we've never really seen a case like this. This is a non-shooting murder case. What does it mean, quickly, for the other 3 officers?
You know, don't forget, 97% of all criminal cases resolve themselves short of a trial. We plead them out a lot. And I got to tell you, if I'm a criminal defense attorney representing one of those 3, I'm having a cup of coffee with the prosecutor tomorrow to try and work something out, because that jury spoke loud and clear.
You just lost a lot of leverage, though.
Yeah, they did. Oh, yeah, I've lost a lot of leverage with the conviction of Chauvin. No question about it.
Mark, thank you very much for the perspective. I appreciate you as always. Thank you for helping us along the way.
All right, be well.
All right, there's more to come on this breaking news night. We'll be right back.
Do you have a life insurance policy you no longer need? Now you can sell your policy, even a term policy, for an immediate cash payment.
We thought we had planned carefully for our retirement.
But we quickly realized we needed a way to supplement our income.
If you have $100,000 or more of life insurance, you may qualify to sell your policy. Don't cancel or let your policy lapse without finding out what it's worth. Visit CoventryDirect.com to find out if your policy qualifies, or call 1-800-481-1700. Coventry Direct, redefining insurance.
Hey, little fella. Big guy. You know we love you. But while our food has gotten healthier, your food hasn't really changed. With its powdered meat, spray-on flavor, and preservatives that make it last way too long. It's time for fresh meat and veggies. Real food with expiration dates that belongs in the fridge next to our food. Now, who's hungry? Freshpet. It's time for fresh.
If pain's ailing you and relief's overdue, Hempvana, Hempvana, your body will thank you.
Buy Hempvana, the #1 hemp pain relief brand in America. Available now in stores everywhere.
So tell me, what was life like before Leaf Filter?
To be honest, dangerous. I cringed every time we climbed up to clean the gutters.
Clogged gutters caused so much damage to my home.
What do you like most about Leaf Filter?
Everything. The installation, the lifetime transferable warranty.
Leaf Filter just works flawlessly at filtering out leaves and debris.
So I take it you'd recommend Leaf Filter?
Absolutely. All my neighbors already know.
Go to getleaffilter.com for your free gutter inspection and estimate. Act now and save 15% off your purchase.
Got bugs in your house? Stop using traditional insecticides to get rid of them. Get Zevo. Deadly for bugs, safe to use around people and pets when used as directed. Zevo is bioselective. It targets nerve receptors vital to insects, not people or pets. Zevo is powerful. It contains essential oils that are natural enemies of bugs. It doesn't need harsh chemicals to work. Available now at select Target and Home Depot stores.
Yeah, John, this season there's a lot of big stats, big issues. The Magic Wall is really going to help.
A lot of stats, big issues. We're taking Magic out of the warehouse, if you're ready.
Oh, I was born ready for this.
Well, then, here you go.
Yes!
Have a great season.
Thank you. Come to Papa.
A new season of United Shades of America with W. Kamau Bell premieres May 2nd at 10.
John, is there a password? Wolf Blitzer 37.
Only on CNN.
During the pandemic, we have relied on doctors, nurses, and hospitals. Universal Health Services, operating hundreds of hospitals, shut down its computers and servers for days due to ransomware. The FBI alerted our hospitals were under attack by an anonymous and foreign enemy. Hospitals in Texas and Florida were hit with a new ransomware that stole and exposed confidential patient records on the web. There is a solution to this problem. Prevention. Only prevention can stop ransomware's rapid rise. PCmatic is a whitelist antivirus that prevents ransomware. Prevention is affordable. PCmatic starts at $50 for 5 devices for 1 year. PCmatic is for homes, businesses, governments, and hospitals.
We cannot spend all of our time just trying to detect and respond to these problems. We have to prevent it from happening in the first place.
Prevent ransomware. Go to PCmatic.com, America's antivirus.
CNN Tonight with Don Lemon, coming up next.
Closed captioning brought to you by Mesobook.com.
Mesothelioma is all we do. For over 10 years, we have offered a free book on mesothelioma. Call 1-800-500-1931.
It's a very important night. We have to make sense of why this case was decided the way it was and what will it mean in this country after tonight. I'll be back at midnight Eastern with special live expanded coverage, and guess who will be by my side? D. Lemon. But right now, he's here solo with The Big Show.
What a night. What a day. Watching all of this unfold. I mean, here it is. I mean, we were talking about, what, just 24 hours ago? That it only takes one juror, but that's not where we are right now. Everybody agreed. 10 hours of deliberation, 4.5 hours one day, 4 hours one day, 6.5 hours the next day. And here we are, finally, in the justice in the eyes of many in this country.
The case almost does not have a companion. My big brain senior was looking it up for me today. First of all, you know what the embarrassing thing is? I can't give you a great answer about where this case fits in terms of the statistics and percentages because we don't keep them. It's not a national metric for us. Use of force. We depend on states. The FBI works with them, but there are no standards. But in a non-shooting case, Don, to have not just a homicide charge against a police officer, but a murder charge is almost unheard of.
Yeah, and but here we are. It was today to see and to hear that verdict, guilty, guilty, guilty on all counts, and then watch Derek Chauvin be remanded and taken away in handcuffs was certainly a moment, both visually and I can't even explain it. I don't even know what to say today. As I sat there and watched, Chris, I must be honest, as I sat there and watched the press conference with Benjamin Crump and the family. I told Wolf Blitzer I stopped taking notes at some point because it was so overwhelming. Just watching a family just be so honest and so eloquent with their feelings and so inspirational with their feelings, because no one tells you how to act or react on this major stage that you're thrust upon when something like this happens. And I think they've handled it with dignity and with grace, and just as good as any family could handle something in this moment.
How do you think the rest of us will handle it?
I think we're doing a pretty good job in the moment. I think the fact that I'm not saying, Chris, I got to go, we got to get to Minneapolis where there's unrest happening, and we're not saying that.
God
so
forbid.
I think in this moment, I think we're handling it pretty well, and I think that remains to be determined. We shall see with the next one of these, and there will be one, as you know, sadly. We'll see how that is handled. But I'll see you at midnight tonight.
I will see you. It's an important night. It is a pleasure for me to share it with you.
Yeah, you as well. Okay, I'll see you soon, and then we can talk more. So, everyone, this is CNN Tonight. I'm Don Lemon. So here we are in this moment. I'm Don Lemon, by the way. Here we are in this moment where typically there's so much unrest. So many people are so upset. So many people are so confused. And we're in a different place right now. And I think Chris brings up a very good question. Where do we go from here? How do the rest of us handle it? Well, that's up to us as to where we go in this country, where this moment takes us. That's a pretty important thing for us to do, figure out what we do next. And how, in the words of the Attorney General, or in the words of one of the prosecutors there, how this brings us towards being seeing each other's humanity and being a better country. This is our breaking news coverage. And it's just one word to describe all of it, and that's justice. 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 That's what this is about. It's about justice. This is why people are out in the streets tonight. Cup Foods, you see it there? That's where this all started, May 25th, 2020. They're marking the moment there when there was finally justice for George Floyd. George Floyd murdered in broad daylight by a police officer who kneeled on his neck for 9 minutes and 29 seconds, ignoring his cries. Cries for his mother, ignoring his cries that he couldn't breathe, ignoring people standing on the sidewalk, begging him to stop, literally squeezing the life right out of him. We all watched it. We were all at home in quarantine. I know you remember. I know you know. because I was there with you. We were all at home in quarantine watching this all play out. Couldn't leave our homes, glued to our televisions, watching in horror as this man died in front of our very eyes at the hands of a police officer. Tonight, though, justice for George Floyd's family. And as big and major, as newsmaking as that all is, it's bigger than that. Justice for the pain of yet another black man or woman suffering and dying at the hands of police. This is a critical moment. We're at an inflection point. Justice for everyone who marched for Black Lives Matter and demanded it. All of that, it was uncomfortable for a lot of people. There was a lot of support for Black Lives Matter until there wasn't. We all watched it, right down to the people who were gassed in the streets in Lafayette Square. You remember it. You watched it with me. We all went through it together. For too long we have seen it. We have seen it over and over and over again. It's why so many people I talked to today were worried. They were afraid. Would justice be denied again? We have a different president now than when we saw that gassing in Washington, D.C. of peaceful protesters. President Joe Biden is in charge now, speaking to the nation tonight, saying the work of delivering justice to all Americans is just beginning.
It's the work we do every day to change hearts and minds as well as laws and policies. That's the work we have to do. Only then will full justice and full equality be delivered to all Americans. And that's what I just discussed with the Floyd family. The guilty verdict does not bring back George. But through the family's pain, they're finding purpose. So George's legacy will not be just about his death, but about what we must do in his memory.
The Vice President, Kamala Harris, with the stark truth. Racism and injustice, well, can't just be a problem for black people. It's a problem for every American.
Here's the truth about racial injustice. It is not just a Black America problem or a people of color problem. It is a problem for every American. It is keeping us from fulfilling the promise of liberty and justice for all.
From the first black woman vice president to the first black president, Barack Obama saying today, a jury did the right thing, but true justice requires much more. Michelle and I send our prayers to the Floyd family, and we stand with all those who are committed to guaranteeing every American the full measure of justice that George and so many others have been denied. Justice has finally been served. But it is painfully earned justice for the Floyd family. Their brother, their father, a man that they loved, is dead, and their lives will never be the same.
I'm not just fighting for George anymore. I'm fighting for everybody around this world.
Yeah.
I get calls, I get DMs, people from Brazil, from Ghana, from Germany, everybody, London, Italy, they're all saying the same thing. We won't be able to breathe until you're able to breathe. Today, we are able to breathe again.
This is a history that people write about. This is a history that's in your textbooks, in your children's textbooks, in your grandkids' textbooks. Years from now, you're going to remember where you were when you heard the verdict. A wholesome repudiation of Derek Chauvin's actions the day he murdered George Floyd. Guilty, guilty, guilty on all three counts.
We, the jury, in the above entitled matter as to count 1, unintentional second-degree murder while committing a felony, find the defendant guilty. We, the jury, in the above entitled matter as to count 2, third-degree murder, perpetrating an eminently dangerous act, find the defendant guilty. We, the jury, in the above entitled matter as to count 3, second-degree manslaughter, culpable negligence, creating an unreasonable risk. Find the defendant guilty.
Imagine hearing that about your own fate. Imagine. Raw emotion from the crowd as they heard the verdict. Cheers, tears, as they saw the news on their phones. It started with people with phones in their hands, and it ended with people with phones in their hands. Remember those people on the sidewalk calling out, trying to save George Floyd? They were witnesses. They were all witnesses. Because of that brave teenager who raised up her phone and recorded what was happening, who bore witness. That teenager, Darnella Frazier, who testified, there are nights that she stays up apologizing to George Floyd for not doing more, reacting on Facebook, thanking God that justice has been served. She probably did more. Not probably, she did do more than anybody in this case. If not for that video, if not for that video, if not for that video, if not for her and being there and recording. Like I said, it is painfully earned justice. Justice a lot of people feared that we wouldn't see. But this is the beginning. There's a lot of work to be done to get to liberty and justice for all. My colleague Sarah Seidner has been on this journey with all of us, not only bearing witness to it, but really living it and reporting on it almost every single day since last summer. Sarah Seidner joins me now. Sarah, good evening to you. The George Floyd Square there. Tell us what it's like tonight and what people are saying.
You know, it's much more like a block party, if you will, than anything that we've seen since May 25th, 2020. But there is always that heavy reminder that a life was lost here. This is Cup Foods, you know it well, Dawn. And just below it is where George Floyd took his last breaths. And now a jury says he was murdered. But the folks around here have always said that. They have always said there is no other explanation. That videotape that was taken by Darnella, that video that was on the chests of the officers, to them, it has been murder from day one. Now a jury has agreed with what a lot of the people here, or all of the people that are here at George Floyd Square, have been saying. Every day, by the way, since the trial started, you see that bright sign that used to be giving the price of gasoline? That has been changed every day. Every day it's been changed. How many days the trial has gone on. And now you can read it. It says, justice for George Floyd. Justice served? With a question mark. Because a lot of people feel like, yes, there was justice in the sense of our justice system in America, but you can't bring George Floyd back. Apologies and guilty verdicts are fine, but it doesn't bring the person back, and it doesn't stop the pain, and it doesn't stop the sorrow. And we just spoke to Jesse Jackson just a few minutes ago. People cheered when he showed up, and he said, I think the celebrations, frankly, are premature because there's too much work to do. And then he mentioned 10 miles away, you had another child, 20 years old, somebody's baby, end up getting shot and killed by another officer just before this verdict, just days before this verdict. And so there are a lot of folks that believe there's a lot to do, but they are giving themselves a moment to be happy. They're giving themselves a moment to say, okay, we can breathe. We can see this as a good thing. We can say that justice has been served. They're giving themselves a moment to feel better. Not good, but to feel better, Dawn.
I think anytime you can celebrate just a little bit, I think it is warranted, Sarah. You mentioned when I first talked to you, when I first said hello to you moments ago, you said this is more like a block party. And you have covered this story for nearly a year now since this murder happened. Tell me how different the feeling is tonight compared to what you have seen and what you reported on before this.
Yeah. You know, I've been into this square dozens of times, and every time you come in, there is always that little feeling of tension because you knew what happened here. And you knew that everyone here knew what happened here. And they were here because they knew what happened here. And there was a deep sense of sorrow. Today, people have been dancing. I'll let Albert is taking these wonderful pictures. People have been dancing. People have been talking to one another. There are white folks here. There are black folks here, Latino folks, Asian folks. There are a lot of people here. And I'm going to, Albert, have you turn to your right there. Yeah. That is another thing that has happened here over time. That is a community garden. This is not sanctioned by the city. This was built by the protesters. Every brick, all of the dirt, they decided they wanted to create something to make this a roundabout because this was an intersection. And if you look at it, there are Black Lives Matter signs. There are signs for Daunte Wright. There are signs for George Floyd. There are signs of the most well-known civil rights leader of our time, Martin Luther King Jr. And you also see Amanda Gorman here. There are signs of black people who have lost their lives and those who have fought for justice all the way around this square. And at the very middle of it, there is a fist. And that fist is for Black power, but it's also for justice as well. And so that is what you are seeing here. Right now, the scene is, for the first time, not tense. And that is the difference between what happened between May 25th, 2020, and now. Don?
Sarah Seidner, stand by. We'll get back to Sarah. We'll check in on Minneapolis in just a bit. I want to bring in now George Floyd's brother, Philonise, and Ben Crump, the attorney for the Floyd family. Gentlemen, good evening. Thank you so much. So good to see you. Ben, I see a smile on your face. Philonise as well. Go ahead. Why? I know that's an obvious question, but go on.
As Philonise said, after they got the verdict, they all said George Floyd would have said, "We just won the championship. Tell them in Houston, we coming home with a W."
Yeah. Oh man, it was just so much of a relief. Just constant nights of me just being up, constantly getting 3 and 4 hours of sleep. But today, I won't get that time to sleep because I'm gonna stay up and I'm gonna celebrate because to me, this is a day of celebration. I'm happy, man. I'm really happy.
Listen, I want to take you back to the courtroom, if you will allow me, because this verdict, as you know, was historic. What was it like for you to be there?
Oh, it was one of those times that I actually panicked a lot. I was walking back and forth, pacing back and forth, man. Attorney Crump was like, "Hey, just do whatever you need to do to be comfortable." And I did it. And when I had to go to that courtroom, I sat in there 30 minutes before the jurors came out and the judge came out. But the entire time I prayed for that entire 30 minutes.
What was that 30 minutes like?
Oh, man, it was like an eternity. But all I can know is, like, in my mind, I seen George. I seen my Lord and Savior. He was just talking to me. And all I heard was guilty, guilty, and guilty. I was extremely excited. Words cannot describe, because African Americans, we don't get justice. We just think it's just us.
Ben, I want to know how important this verdict was today, guilty on all charges, because as you were speaking after the verdict, you said, we hold these truths to be self-evident, right? That all men are created equal. How important are these guilty charges, this guilty verdict?
It is so important, Don, because I believe it gives us an opportunity to have a new precedent that when we say with liberty and justice for all, we feel included in that. Think about the Trayvon Martins, the Michael Browns, the Terrence Crutches. I mean, all of these cases, Breonna Taylor, Jacob Blake, all of them, Don, that we've talked about painstakingly, heart-wrenchingly, that they never, ever even got charges brought. And so this is a precedence now for Daunte Wright as we go forward, for all these hashtags to say we got a chance. We know justice is possible.
Yeah. Listen, I got to tell you, listen, Ben, as I was sitting here earlier and I was on with Wolf, and it was towards the end, I didn't have enough time really to talk to Wolf as much as I wanted to about what was happening. And I had people saying that jokingly saying Ben Crump has turned this press conference into the cookout because of the way you were reacting. And all I could think about, quite honestly, is when some tragedy has happened in a community, even my community, or someone has died or something has happened, and then the community comes together, God is there, we pray, and we hold each other up in support, and then we try to cheer each other up in spirit with humor and with laughter. Do you understand what I'm saying? That's all I could feel in that moment, is that it was a big community presence, and quite frankly, it's a way that black folks interact with each other, and I thought the whole world was seeing something that has very much to do with how we interact with each other. Part of the culture, as they say, Ben. Am I wrong about that? Or Philonis, whoever wants to answer.
God, I go first. You understand the culture, brother. You from Louisiana, and we know when black people, I think even if you were not there, but if you were a black person, you were there in spirit with us. Heart was happy and full, and you understood that I was born black, I'm gonna die black, but police, you all can't kill us because we're black. You got that, you felt that, and that's what that moment was about. And so it was a celebration, Don, one filled with love and happiness.
Yeah. Love and happiness, just like my brother when he used to pick my mom up and dance with her and let the Al Green song play. I was thinking about all that. Man, the day, it was such a beautiful day, historic. So many African Americans, just period, people of color, people all around this nation, they all celebrated, because one thing they can always say is justice for George. It means freedom for all, because it has been times that you'll be worried, like, what will I have to do when I get pulled over? You think about so many things. The world has sparked and lit up with a blaze tonight. And it's a celebration. Business can be taken care of tomorrow, but now it's a celebration today.
And Don, let me say, the president, when he talked, it was real profound, because as he was talking to George, he says, you know, he lost people, so he understood, he lost loved ones. But the one thing I thought he said was deep. He said, even, you all may not believe this, but many police officers are rooting for you all to get justice too, because they think what Derek Chauvin did was not representative of them.
You know, I want to play this because you mentioned the president. He spoke with George Floyd's daughter, Gianna, and he talked about that. Watch this.
I also spoke to Gianna, George's young daughter, again. When I met her last year, I've said this before, at George's funeral, I told her how brave I thought she was. And I sort of knelt down to hold her hand. I said, Daddy's looking down on you, he's so proud. She said to me then, I'll never forget it, Daddy changed the world. I told her this afternoon, Daddy did change the world. Let that be his legacy.
Philonis, how does that feel to hear from the president? I know you spoke with him earlier, but to hear him stand at the podium at the White House and say that, how does that feel?
Feels good. Biden, he's a great man. After meeting him, you know, it's just, he understands where we're coming from. He lost a loved one before, and he wanted to pray with us today. And everything all worked out. You know, it worked out totally because we prayed. so much for what's going on. And with President Biden, he has solidified what a president is all about and what they should be about. It's about love, being genuine, authentic, and helping people get through hard times so they can get back to the good times.
You both have said so much today. And I know sometimes when you go over what you said and what you did, and you say, oh, I should have said this, I forgot to say that. Here's your chance.
Only thing I will say is hopefully this is a new precedent in America where marginalized minorities, especially Black people, Don Lemon, that we can get full justice, not just partial justice, not just civil justice under the 7th Amendment, which we control, and be denied justice under the 10th Amendment, which the prosecutors control. What Keith Ellison and his amazing lawyers did, they said, no, we too are American citizens, and we too deserve full justice, and we should expect it.
Keith Ellison said that this is, he said he doesn't want to just say, and I'm paraphrasing here, just justice today. He said this is about accountability. We still have a long way to go. And as I said earlier on the air, there were 3 things. That was one of the things that I thought was the most important things that was said today. One is that this helps us further along the road to a better humanity. I certainly hope that's true. And then it also says, it sends a message to the Floyd family that his life matter, that all of our lives matter. And that was from Terry Blackwell, one of the prosecutors. I have to say, before I let you go, Philonise, you have really transformed into a great spokesperson for your family. And the evolution throughout this process that you've undergone, it's just really amazing. Your entire family today, as I sat and listened to that press conference, they were inspirational. No one gives a playbook as to how to deal with being thrust upon an international stage, and you guys have handled it with dignity and with grace. And the world can be proud of it, but you should be proud of it as well. Thank you both. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Don. You're the reason. Speaking with you, doing all these interviews, you're the reason.
Because remember, the person, he cried and couldn't talk to you, Don.
I remember, and I'll never forget when we had the police, me, you, Sarah, and Ben, and we had the police chief there on in Minneapolis, and it was such a moving and I think pivotal moment in this case. You guys be well. Thank you for joining, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So people are out in the streets in Minneapolis tonight. Listen, marking the moment. We see that, all that. Well, these are the real moments. I don't know what questions. So there are questions sometimes in this teleprompter. There are questions on a script. I just talk to them like I would talk to anybody else. That's how I was feeling. That family is feeling relief and they're feeling justice tonight. And you see smiles in their face, and they have every right to be happy about what happened today. Can you imagine what it has been like the last year or so has been like for them? I can't even imagine. So let's wish them well and let's say good things about them. So there we go. George Floyd Plaza out in the Cup Foods where this all started on May 25th, 2020. Without that video of 9 minutes and 29 seconds, what would have happened? Would this family have gotten justice today? That's the question.
Today, let's paint with Behr Ultra Scuff Defense so that you can live that scuff-free life.
Honey, I'm home for my really important job.
Scuff Defense.
Honey! Scuff Defense.
Scuff Defense! Oh, I love our scuff-free life.
You too, Scruff Defense.
Today, let's paint with the interior paint that's too tough to scuff. Behr, exclusively at the Home Depot.
When you buy a brand new car, it loses roughly 50% of its value in the first 3 years. Not the case when you buy a great used car with Shift. Of course, if you really want to waste a bunch of money on a brand new car, you can just do this. Now, technically, that's littering, so I'm going to go back and pick all that up.
Shift.com. Used cars never felt so new.
Whoa. I'm in love with Premier Protein Caramel. This sweets person is like, I can do this. Premier, you nailed it. With 30 grams of protein, 160 calories, and just 1 gram of sugar, Premier Protein, too good to be good.
Out here, we know you're ready for a fresh start in a new season. When gardeners dig into fresh ground. When landowners need a little horsepower to get property looking its best. And when taking care of pets and animals gives us new purpose. Out here, 42,000 of us in over 1,900 Tractor Supply stores are here to help with homegrown know-how and everything you need for spring. And with the services that make shopping easier than ever. Tractor Supply, everything for your life out here.
President Biden's bold new jobs plan. It rebuilds our country and tackles climate change with clean energy jobs.
The American Jobs Plan will lead to a transformational progress in our effort to tackle climate change with American jobs and American ingenuity.
This is our opportunity, our moment to fight climate change and build back better.
It's big, yes. It's bold, yes. And we can get it done.
10 years ago, we founded Loan Depot because we were confident we could deliver the American dream of home ownership to individuals and families across the nation. At Loan Depot, we know home means everything.
This is more than a mirror. This is a portal to your future.
And bring it. Come on!
Introducing the all-new Vault from Nordic Track.
Total body strength.
The Vault is a personal trainer in your home. But where the Vault has no rival is it's a complete gym, hiding in plain sight.
Step into Super Band.
The best trainers in the world.
More resistance.
Giving you the exact workout you want.
More strength.
When you want it. Open something extraordinary. Get yours only at NordicTrack.com.
When I'm on my hands and knees and I'm digging through the dirt, I feel something in me, like a fire that's just growing. I feel kinder when nature is so kind to me.
Find more ways to grow at miraclegrow.com.
The name of the store is Just Bulbs, and that's exactly what we sell.
Besides bulbs, what do you have here?
Nothing.
Could you get shades here?
No, we are just bulbs. If you want shades, maybe go to a place called Just Shades.
The story of late night.
So here's our breaking news tonight. Derek Chauvin guilty on all charges in the murder of George Floyd. President Joe Biden calling the verdict a giant step towards justice in America. I want to bring in now CNN senior legal analyst Laura Coates and Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby. Her office brought charges against the officers involved in the Freddie Gray death. No one was ultimately held accountable. We're thankful to have both of you on this evening. Good evening, Laura. I'm going to start with you. You say today's verdict will make it easier for you to answer your son when he asks, Mommy, what if that happened to me?
I mean, the impression that most of America has that we have but one conversation with our sons and daughters, but really it's a series of conversations. We're having them all the time. We're having about their interactions at school. We're having interactions about or conversations about with officers. We're talking about this as a continuous thing. And now we at least have some way of showing them what a just society could look like, the idea of what justice looks like, the idea of having a trial where you don't have a thumb on the scale that undermines your ability to actually prosecute a case, that undermines your ability to actually get evidence in. And you really have this idea and this way to contextualize what my son and my daughter have been asking for over almost a year now, and the idea of what happened to that man? Why did the police officers do it? Did he say and give any reason why, Mommy? Well, now I at least have some context able to provide and talk to them about what it looks like to prosecute a case like this and give them some semblance of security, of safety tonight.
And Marilyn, I want you to take a listen to what Minnesota's Attorney General Keith Ellison said about the people who witnessed George Floyd's murder. Here it is.
The people who stopped and raised their voices on May 25th, 2020, were a bouquet of humanity, a phrase I stole from my friend Jerry Blackwell. They stopped and raised their voices And they even challenged authority because they saw his humanity. They stopped and they raised their voices because they knew that what they were seeing was wrong. They didn't need to be medical professionals or experts in the use of force. They knew it was wrong. And they were right.
Without these bystanders, Marilyn, and the critical video, do you think we would have seen a different verdict?
Absolutely not. And the thing that is so compelling about this, I have to tell you, Dawn, that I started crying when I heard the verdict. Watching the Chauvin trial, the stakes could not have been any higher, not just for that family who deserves some semblance of justice for the tragic murder of their loved one that was captured on camera, but the stakes could not have been higher because the world was literally watching to see if America's justice system lived up to the ideals of ensuring one standard of justice for all, right? And Keith Ellison and the prosecution, the team, they did an outstanding job in improving every element of the offenses charged, but it was thanks to that video. It was thanks to that video that visually depicted George Floyd being callously murdered on camera that could not be contradicted. And while I understood the prosecutor's argument to the jury, I wholeheartedly disagreed that what Derek Chauvin did was not policing in America. Because what Derek Chauvin did to George Floyd is absolutely policing in America for Black people in this country. The infliction of excessive force, the violation of de-escalation policies, the refusal to render aid, the complete and utter indifference to the lives of Black people is exactly what policing has been and continues to be for America, in America for Black people. Yeah. So yes, Derek Chauvin was on trial, but so was policing. In America.
Let me ask you, and a clearer question would be, and I should have asked you that, a clearer question, do you think we would have had guilty on all three if there was no video?
So, no, I think that the video was the most vital piece of evidence that we had. Got it. It corroborated every one of those witnesses. And when you look at, even when I tried the Freddie Gray case, we didn't have cameras depicting the trial from start to finish. Yeah. There was no sort of direct evidence depicting the murder like there is in the Chauvin trial. We had to rely on circumstantial evidence. We had to rely on police witnesses. We had training officials that testified for the defense. The Fraternal Order of Police publicly touted sabotaging the case. That didn't happen in this trial. And you had the crumbling of this blue wall of silence, which typically doesn't happen in police misconduct cases.
Hey, Laura.
And you saw training officers, you saw police chiefs that said, no, not on my watch.
Yeah. Sorry, there's a delay here. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Marilyn. Laura, listen, I've got a lot to get to, but what do you expect for sentencing? Because I know you'll be covering.
Well, and I commend Marilyn for talking about all the different ways in which the nuances of the blue wall of silence, why it was so different and distinct to have not just one, not two, but so many officers come forward to say, this is not who we are. He was not acting under the color of the law in a way that we can respect. This is not somebody who's a part of the noble profession of policing, and this is not what policing in America is supposed to be. And so it should be noted that that was also as compelling as that 9-minute and 29-second star video. But you also have here the idea what comes next. And what comes next will first be the aggravating factor section of it, because the judge will be the one to now decide whether the fact that it was an officer who did this to a civilian, whether the fact that it was done in front of children, and the particularly vulnerable position that George Floyd was in, how these could aggravate the sentencing factors here, which means you could increase it. Now, no one expects this man to be able to get the maximum penalty of either 40 years for the top charge, 25 years for the middle, or even 10 years for the lower one. But you have a sentencing range that will now take into account these different aspects and these aggravating factors. So looking about an 8-week window now going forward where the judge is going to assess the aggravating factors. They're going to have a pre-sentence report, at which time Derek Chauvin will have an opportunity to speak, one he did not take when he was in the trial, to talk about whether he is remorseful, to provide some semblance of his explanation, if not justification. all with an eye towards the judge deciding what a holistic sentence will look like. Because remember, he's not going to be in life without parole, which means that rehabilitation, guarding against recidivism, also any other reform measures, it's all going to be part of it going forward. So we are not ending this yet. And by the way, finally, with every conviction comes a most assured appeal. And the defense has tried to preserve a number of things, including the failure to sequester the jury. They're going to try the comments of Maxine Waters, Congresswoman Maxine Waters, excuse me, let me give her a proper title, Congresswoman Maxine Waters. And they're going to also talk about the reinstatement of the third-degree murder charge. So ahead of us, justice today, but still a long way for justice to be fully realized.
Two very brilliant minds, and I'm so glad that you're here to help us out with this story. Thank you, both of you. Thank you. I appreciate it. We will be right back.
Renee is not an influencer. She's more of a groundbreaker. Renee runs with us on a John Deere 1 Series tractor. Because out here, you can't fake a job well done. Hear Renee's story at Deere.com.
You searched free cancellation. You found peace of mind. Trivago. Compare accommodation offers with free cancellation from the leading brands and find the best deal for you. Hotel, vacation rental, flexibility. Trivago.
You can't stop smiling. And why even try? You just turned a dream into something official. You're proud. You're relieved. You're kind of parched. Because you stopped saying maybe and started yelling yes. You damned the torpedoes, forded the Rubicon, and now it's time to conquer Rome, or retail, or whatever. Start your business and keep it running with LegalZoom. Let's make it official.
I literally Googled best online life insurance. Ladder Life Insurance popped up.
It was so fast and easy.
When the price popped up on the phone, I was like, yes, now.
Yay, I've been approved.
That one thing that I have been putting off for a decade is now actually checked off.
Here's how Ladder works. Answer a few quick questions and get your personalized quote. If you're eligible, we'll cover you with the tap of a button. It's that easy. Come see for yourself why customers love Ladder. $1 Million policies available for just $27 a month. Check your price now at ladderlife.com.
This is a color laser printer, and this is the color toner cartridge. It's so expensive, people just print in black and white so they don't have to keep buying them. Walk with me. That's enough. The Epson EcoTank cartridge-free printer. Big ink tanks, lots of ink, and you can save a ridiculous amount on replacement ink. Print in color, all you want, without busting your budget. But you might be busting the move. The Epson EcoTank, just fill and chill. Available at
Conversations. Some are hard, some are easy. Sometimes you talk, sometimes you listen. Sometimes you agree, and sometimes you don't. Conversations can create change. Let's talk.
A new season of United Shades of America with W. Kamau Bell premieres May 2nd at 10 on CNN.
My teeth were a mess. As far as my physical health, my body was telling me, you gotta do something. And so I came to Clear Choice. Dental implants changed my life for the better. There's an amazing life out there if you do something for your health now.
I'm training for my 6th Olympics. More than ever before, I have to work hard to stay in shape. I run, I lift, I do yoga. That means sore knees, sore back, sore everything. KT Tape helps me push past the pain.
Used by athletes around the world and at home, just like you. KT Tape relieves the pain of aching muscles and joints. Perform at your best. Easy to apply. Use it from any common injuries. KT Tape. Train longer, finish stronger.
KT Tape works for me, it'll work for you.
If pain's ailing you and relief's overdue, Hempvana, Hempvana, your body will thank you.
Buy Hempvana, the #1 hemp pain relief brand in America. Available now in stores everywhere.
I'm Sarah Seidner in Minneapolis, and this is CNN.
There's jubilation tonight in Minneapolis and around the country at Derek Chauvin's murder conviction in the death of George Floyd. I want to bring in now Senator Amy Klobuchar of Minnesota. Senator, thank you. I really appreciate you joining us. You used to be the Hennepin County prosecutor, and you represent the state. Give me your reaction tonight.
Well, the first was just for the family, thinking about how much they've endured and how, even though they knew they would never get George back and that he'd never be able to hold his kids, the way they believed that justice could be done, the way they were patient and waited, I thought it was just an act of love. And the second reaction was that Keith Ellison, my friend, just did an incredible job with this case. He didn't make it about him. He didn't do interview with you guys, right, during the case. He didn't make it about the lawyers. There were a number of really good lawyers. But what he did and what they did, his lawyers did, was say, this is about the witnesses. Yes, this is about the tragic death of George Floyd, but it's also about his life. And they told that story not only to the jury, but America. And having these people who are in my state, the person who worked in the store, the guy who was racked with guilt for simply reporting the check. You've got the guy, the passerby, who somehow took it on himself that he should have done more. And in the end, the jury said, no, in this case, right before us today, there was one person who did this. And it wasn't you, witnesses, that you didn't do enough. It was Derek Chauvin, and they convicted on every count.
But look, people in Minneapolis know that there are still tremendous challenges faced by Black people and the way they are policed. We have seen that in the case of Daunte Wright just this month. So even with the reactions to this verdict, people are mourning. What's your message to them, Senator?
Well, I'm going to be there and talk to the family this week. And I got to say that we know that the verdict today was not an end. It was a beginning. And my first message is that we've got to pass the George Floyd Policing Act, Justice and Policing Act. Cory Booker is leading that bill in the Senate. He's working so hard to get this done. What you felt with that jury and what you feel with the people in my state, I think you're starting to see many people open their eyes for the first time. I'm not naive about this. I know how hard this was. But not enough of these cases have been brought. But most importantly, we need to pass that bill to change the standards and say that as a federal government, these standards are changed. So that's the number one thing. The second is local police departments and training and who they're hiring and all kinds of things. It has to be done.
Yeah, and that was part of your statement that you put out today. I'll just read it. Just saying that we need to be committed for a more, if we can just put it up so you can see it. We need to be committed towards a more equitable system as part of the statement that you put out today. And you can read the statement. It's on our website and in the stories. Thank you, Senator. I wanted to get your voice in, and I appreciate it since you represent Minnesota.
Thanks, Scott.
I appreciate your time, and I appreciate the work.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Senator Amy Klobuchar. So this is a critical moment in the historic struggle facing people of color. Bernice King, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s daughter, says it is a turning point, and there she is. We'll talk to her after the break.
It takes baby steps. Let's start by reducing hiring bias, training managers, and guaranteeing an equitable and inclusive workforce. Take your first step. Become a SURE member today to get the tools you need.
I'm Araceli, and I am a real Premier Protein fan. I started my health journey at 41. I didn't realize 40 was so life-changing. For me, it was like a new beginning. The taste of Premier Protein helps me not feel deprived from sweets. I drink it every day. I cook with it. Premier Protein is my thing. I love it.
With 30 grams of protein, 1 gram of sugar, and nutrients to support a healthy immune system, Premier Protein, too good to be good.
Think about what you could think about when you're not thinking about weeds.
It would be cool to ride a horse on the moon.
Kill weeds to the root with Roundup ready-to-use weed and grass killer with Sure Shot Wand.
10 years ago, we founded Loan Depot because we were confident we could deliver the American dream of home ownership to individuals and families across the nation.
Serving more than 27,000 customers a month, lowering payments, providing jobs, and investing in neighborhoods and communities nationwide.
We know what it means to put down roots and bring dreams to life.
At Loan Depot, we know
home means everything.
Hey friends, we're not just living through the COVID-19 pandemic, we're also living through an unprecedented mental health crisis. Now might be the time to talk to a licensed therapist. Go to Talkspace.com and get started today. Talkspace, therapy for all.
Experience matters. For over 145 years, more families trust ADT for timeless protection and 24/7 peace of mind. ADT, real protection.
Make him feel welcome, would you? Byron out.
I always say I have two birthdays, the day I was born and the day I did The Tonight Show with Johnny Carson.
You're walking, and in your head, you're screaming like you're jumping out of a plane.
That's like losing your virginity.
The story of late night.
Chevy is America's fastest growing full-line brand, and people are taking it everywhere. Taking Trailblazer outdoors, confidently taking on new places with Equinox, and taking on more with Silverado. Whatever you do, there's a perfect Chevy to take you anywhere. Get up to 17% of MSRP cash back on select 2021 Chevy models, or get $4,650 total value on this Silverado, the #1 selling full-size pickup in California.
Find new roads at your Southern California Chevy dealers.
There is a deadly cloying chill that haunts the Black community, curled around our kin in a thick cloud of menthol smoke. An aggressive magician's trick, abracadabra, sawed our family tree in half. Tobacco killing more of us than guns, drugs, and AIDS combined. Big Tobacco told us it was cool. Today we say no more. Remember who we fight for. Go to wearenotprofit.org.
I'm Adrienne Broadus in Minneapolis, and this is CNN.
I was sitting in front of the TV watching the verdict come down, and my hands started sweating, my body started shivering, and my heart started pounding because I was nervous. I was nervous because I didn't believe, right? I'm sitting in front of the TV and I didn't believe, and even when the verdict came down and all charges, that we wanted was met, I still was staring at the TV, listening to the judge, because I was thinking that there was an outcome. Because we've never seen this, and if it was any win today, to me it was a win for accountability. That's the only win today, was a win for accountability.
Tonight on the NBA on TNT, former NBA star Dwayne Wade describing his reaction as the guilty verdict in the Derek Chauvin murder trial was read. Finally, justice for George Floyd, for his family, and for everyone who loved him. But where does America go from here? That's the question. Let's discuss now Bernice King, the daughter of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., she's the CEO of the King Center. Thank you for joining us. I really appreciate it, and it's good to see you.
Good to see you. Thank you.
You heard what Dwayne Wade said. Listen, the first thing I said earlier on TV when I heard that there was a verdict, I was anxious. There was angst.
Yes.
People were concerned. You say it's a turning point now that it has been read. Why is that, Bernice?
Before I say that, Don, I just want to just pause for a moment for the family of George Floyd. This is an important moment for them, and especially Gianna. She's a powerful young girl. She spoke this moment into existence. I feel her because I was 5 when my father was assassinated. But as we look forward, I was like Dwayne today. I was nervous. I was anxious because for 400 years we've gotten it wrong. And I think we approached this moment just believing that we wouldn't get it right. And thank God that the verdict was just right. It was the right verdict. And God knew how much we could bear. This was the moment, the turning point. I define this as a turning point because in the movement that my father led in Montgomery, when that decision came down from the Supreme Court. They were in court being faced with an injunction against their carpool. It would have shut the entire bus protest down. But when that came through and said bus segregation is unconstitutional, it was a turning a point for the movement of that time, because people had seen over and over again denial of justice, the continuation of being treated, not being treated with dignity. And the same thing today. It's a turning point because people literally were at a point of being out of breath in this movement for justice and equity. And this is a moment of momentum now. It refuels people in this continuum of justice fight, because it is a continuum. This was, as everybody has said, this was really about accountability, but it's only one small act, because there's a broader system that we have to deconstruct.
Can I just, and I didn't want to interrupt you, but I want to talk, can we talk about Gianna again and you? Because Gianna was 6 when she said that about her dad. You were 5 years old when it happened. And the thing, I think what people don't see in these situations, and I think it was, you know, everyone tried to keep the focus on the humanity of George Floyd and the family.
Right.
And so there's a 6-year-old girl who is not going to spend time with her dad. You were a 5-year-old girl that didn't get the opportunity to spend any more time with your father. Can we talk about the humanity of the family and what the prosecutor said was that this is the road for a better humanity, hopefully. Can you talk about that, please?
Yeah. You know, George Floyd was a human being who deserved to be treated with dignity as a person. But he had extensions. He had, you know, people who are related to him by blood, flesh and blood. And so this moment, it's not a moment of restoring humanity, but it's a moment that we stop and realize that this family can have some sense of relief right now. But you're right. I mean, it's hard losing a loved one, and certainly in a tragic way, and one that's taken from you. And it's difficult to process through all of this. There's a lot that you deal with through the years. You know, I'm 58 now, and it's still with me. I have to see those images over and over again every year. And so, you know, as I said, I'm just, I'm lifting up the family right now, because people cannot forget in the middle of this, there is a family. There is a family. Let's never forget that. Yeah. There are families tonight. This is bigger than George Floyd. Yeah. This is about all the rest who have not gotten justice. And the young lady that was killed in Ohio, Micaiah, this has to stop. We need to do something immediately and dig in and build coalitions and work together to challenge these unjust systems. And let's not forget that Attorney General Keith Ellison and his team were very pivotal in this. And we've got to elect people who really understand the importance of ensuring more just decisions and processes when you're talking about a member of the criminal justice system. And they have to be held accountable. Yeah. And this moment really was about holding one of its own accountable.
Yeah. And well, I'm going to leave you with this, Bernice, and this is from a statement today, and I think it rings true. And I appreciate you for your time. This is from the King Center statement, and it's a quote from your dad, and it says, "No, we are not satisfied and will not be satisfied until justice rolls down like water and righteousness like a mighty stream." And I think that's exactly what the sentiment that you said in your last statement. Thank you, Bernice King. I appreciate you joining us.
God bless you.
We'll be right back. Top of the hour.
I literally Googled best online life insurance. Ladder Life Insurance popped up. Got an estimate, and I was like, wait, what?
It's like a third of my household's cell phone bill.
Congratulations, you have life insurance.
Get your peace of mind right there and then.
Here's how Ladder works. Answer a few quick questions and get your personalized quote. If you're eligible, we'll cover you with the tap of a button. It's that easy. Come see for yourself why customers love Ladder. $1 Million policies available for just $27 a month. Check your price now at ladderlife.com.
Worried about germs? Smart! But sticky bandages don't kill germs. They get wet and fall off. Get the No Skin, the flexible liquid bandage that kills 99% of germs, seals out water, dirt, and can't fall off.
Nu Skin. Protect, seal, heal.
Cover it up. That's what I did when I started losing my hair. Now I use Keeps, the easiest way for me to keep my hair. Keeps sends me clinically proven treatments that can't stop my hair loss, which means no more covering up. Go to Keeps.com to learn more.
For all of us who weren't born yesterday, there's Consumer Cellular, where you get exceptional value like talk, text, and data for only $20 a month and connect to 99% of the U.S. population. Premium wireless for less. Switch today. Go online or find us at Target.
I see trees of green, red roses too. I see them bloom for me, you, and I think to myself, what a wonderful world.
Help keep elephants in our world. Visit WWFheals.org or call this number and symbolically adopt an elephant for just $12 a month. Your support will help WWF protect elephants and other threatened wildlife and their habitats. Go online or call in the next 5 minutes and we'll send you an adoption kit with this adorable plush elephant. Don't let them disappear forever. Act now to help keep elephants and other precious wildlife in our world. Go online or call now.
Hey, little fella. Big guy. You know we love you. But while our food has gotten healthier, your food hasn't really changed. With its powdered meat, spray-on flavor, and preservatives that make it last way too long. It's time for fresh meat and veggies. Real food with expiration dates that belongs in the fridge next to our food. Now, who's hungry? Freshpet. It's time for fresh.
Guilty on all counts. A jury in Minnesota convicting ex-police officer Derek Chauvin of murder and manslaughter in the death of George Floyd last year. Guilty of second-degree unintentional murder, which carries a maximum sentence of 40 years. Guilty of third-degree murder, maximum sentence 25 years. And guilty of second-degree manslaughter, maximum sentence 10 years. Chauvin will be sentenced in about 2 months. Tonight, President Joe Biden calling his conviction a giant step towards justice in America, but saying much more needs to be done. I want to get straight to CNN's Omar Jimenez, live for us in Minneapolis, where he has been covering this story now since the very beginning. Omar, good evening to you. You're at George Floyd Square, the site where he was murdered. It's become a memorial. What's it like tonight?
Yeah, Don, a lot of today has been celebration, as you can imagine. Right now, in the cold Minneapolis night hours, it is really reflection, trying to look back and realize the magnitude of this actual moment. Here at George Floyd Square, people have been coming in and quietly milling around the central fist that has now become the landmark here for this square. But also, when you look down at some of the pictures and the faces that are around, you don't just see George Floyd's. You see faces of previous cases that add to why this moment is so significant. Obviously, you see Dr. King's face, but as you go all the way around, you see faces like Daunte Wright. You see faces like Breonna Taylor, Tamir Rice. Again, names that make a moment like this so much more significant, because in many of these cases, police officers were never even brought to trial, much less proven guilty by any stretch of the means. And I do want to point out one thing as well that we've seen is that as part of this reflection, you've seen people of all ages come writing messages. In this case, this child just inscribing a heart right next to, again, this central landmark here. Even others writing messages to George Floyd. And so, again, during the day and in the immediate aftermath of the verdict, it was a lot of celebration, even some disbelief that this could even be a possibility, much less a reality. And now tonight, the mood is a little bit more somber. The music has stopped, and it seems many are reflecting on what this means and what this is going to mean tomorrow post-verdict.
Give me your thoughts, Omar, almost a year after this murder took place, you standing in pretty much the exact same places where you were nearly a year ago.
Yeah, Don, I mean, it's pretty surreal. I was just talking to my crew beforehand. It was May 26, 2020, the day after George Floyd died, that my team and I were dispatched out of Chicago. We drove the 6 hours because we didn't want to fly because of a pandemic, and I stepped out of the car about a block from where I'm standing and then was on air 15 minutes later in this exact spot. It was the first time, even in a pandemic, that I had seen a gathering of more than 10 people, and these were people by the hundreds. And immediately I got the sense that, all right, what happened here is something that is so much more significant than that video, that awful Facebook video that I had seen the previous night. And you could feel the passion and the energy in that moment. The main observation I had is that it was a pandemic, but people did not care because they felt that this was much more pressing. And that was the mentality that we saw play out day in and day out over the course of that week. Even standing in the face of law enforcement, even when things got violent, people didn't back down. And one of the activists I actually spoke to today said that he feels the reason that this case was prosecuted as quickly as it was because people put pressure on those in power, because people put pressure on those in law enforcement, because they were fearful of what boots on the ground would actually mean. And then you fast forward to this moment. Today, like so many others, we were waiting on pins and needles to hear what the verdict would be. There was a quiet that fell over this George Floyd memorial as the judge stepped into the courtroom and began reading those verdicts. For the people here, they weren't sure which way it was going to go, and they weren't sure whether they were going to be crying in anger or crying in happiness. And for us as reporters, we weren't sure which way it was going to go because we had been told things would be incredibly one way if it was not guilty and incredibly another way if it was guilty. We saw Derek Chauvin was convicted on all charges, and there were tears of joy here. A man next to me broke down because his fear was that just because it was on camera did not guarantee a conviction. He told me about the cases, of course, we know recently of Eric Garner in the past few years, but even more so back to 1992 when Rodney King. He remembers watching that verdict and seeing how it went poorly in his eyes, and comparing it to this one was just a completely different story, Doc.
Yeah. Thank you, Omar. I appreciate it. Thank you. Now I want to bring in former Democratic Senator from Alabama, Doug Jones, and criminal defense attorney Joey Jackson. Gentlemen, good evening to you. Here we go again, covering it, but there's a much different, the outcome is much different than in previous times. Most of the previous times, if not all. Senator Jones, we have seen people of color dying at the hands of police over and over and over again with no accountability, but today was different. How do you explain that?
You know, Ton, it is, I think, a miracle of media. What we saw in this instance was that this crime was committed on camera. We didn't see that in so many others. It's always a police officer's word against others, including many witnesses. But here we had video evidence, and I think the prosecutor was spot on in his closing argument when he said the world reacted, everyone reacted with horror when they saw what would happen. Everybody thought they knew what happened, and that played out in that courtroom. And I think that this is a real turning point for that reason, but also the fact that we saw the breakdown in that blue wall of silence. I think this is a turning point for law enforcement. They have had enough, and they're going to see from this point on some real changes that need to be made.
Do you think Joey, you think we'll see a change in policing? You think this changes policing going forward?
Look, I really hope so, Don. Good evening to you and the Senator. Look, the bottom line is that we can only wait and see, right? Change comes and it's incremental, but I think we need to recognize, Don, the significance of this moment. So many cases in the past, right? You look at officers, they're not arrested. If they're arrested, they're not indicted. If they're indicted, they're not convicted. This is a watershed moment. We have an officer who did some pretty horrific things and who is now being held accountable. There are times of reckoning in our history, and yes, Yes, indeed, right? We have to look and we have to use this as a moment, right, not to rest on your laurels, but to build it for something more. We've heard in the building of something more, and the senator could appreciate this, right, the George Floyd Act, which they want to get through the Senate, right? Sure, you know, he wishes he was there for that, but the reality is that we're looking at legislative efforts. But beyond legislative efforts, I think we're looking at attitudinal changes. And one thing that this does is it represents a deterrence because it lets everyone know that everyone will be held accountable. You can't hide behind a badge. You can't hide behind a uniform. And if you do, your own chief may come in and say the sanctity of life is valued. Someone who worked there for 40 years may come in and say, like Lieutenant Zimmerman, this is not how we do things. And so it remains to be seen where we go from here. We need cultural changes. We need changes in the manner in which we recruit officers. Are they from those communities? Do they understand the communities? But I think this is a very good step forward with respect to reckoning and letting everyone know. You do something wrong, you're going to be brought to justice. That happened today.
One more, Joey, before I get back to Senator Jones. What do you expect? Sentencing is in the next 8 weeks, begin in 8 weeks or so. What are the next steps? And does that include an appeal from Chauvin's legal team as well?
So a lot to unpack with that, Don. I'll be brief in doing so. We're looking at what we're looking at, which are the statutory maximums, right? But they, in reality, don't bear any relation to reality. Why? Because you have these sentencing guidelines that take into account the nature and characteristics of the defendant, the prior history, what, if any, criminal history, what, if any, other transgressions. That brings it down. And if you look at the guideline sentence, everyone will be shocked to learn that it's 12 years. What? But not so fast, because there's something called aggravating factors. And those aggravating factors, if you engage in them, which the prosecution already filed notice, they're seeking aggravated factors in sentencing. What are they? In the event that you engage in cruel conduct, it's an aggravating factor which allows you to depart from the guidelines. In the event that you use your position of authority and abuse it to commit a crime, it's an aggravating factor. So prosecutors have filed notice in that regard, Don, and in that regard, it can elevate the guidelines significantly such that he could be looking at a statutory maximum sentence. So that's to be clear. The judge will make that decision. Finally, on the other issue, in terms of appeal, of course, there's always appeals on issues. Should the venue have been changed? Should other expert witnesses be allowed, or were they cumulative evidence? Was it too prejudicial? Should the verdict have been, the settlement have been announced right on the verge of the jury selection and the trial? So many issues that will be appealed. At the end of the day, even if there is appeal, this was compelling evidence. Prosecutors put the case together. No matter how many appeals, that tape shows what it shows, Chauvin's conduct what it was, and his accountability tonight is absolutely proper under our law. So appeal, if it's reversed, he'll be tried again, he'll be convicted again. Those are the facts.
All right. Senator Jones, I see you shaking your head in agreement. I want you to respond to that. But let me put this up because I think that this will be in your response as well. Merrick Garland releasing a statement tonight saying, I know that nothing can fill the void that the loved ones of George Floyd have felt since his death. The Justice Department has previously announced a federal civil rights investigation into the death of George Floyd. This investigation is ongoing. So, shaking your head in agreement with Joey, but what is happening behind the scenes as well?
Absolutely. I think behind the scenes, number one, they're getting ready for sentencing. I think the prosecutors are already moving. But, you know, you've got 3 other officers that are also charged, and that trial is going to come up relatively soon, in a couple of months, I think. They're getting ready for that trial. Those are going to be different standards, and they're looking at that. But they're going to be ready for sentencing, and I do think that there's going to be 2 things happening with the Department of Justice. Number one, a civil rights investigation that will involve the conduct of all of these officers. But also, I think that the administration is kind of held back just a little bit on the law enforcement reform measures that I think President Biden wants so badly to get accomplished in his administration. I think it would have been a little bit improper not improper, but it certainly wouldn't have been the right thing to do in the middle of this trial. Now that this trial is over, I think it's a way to reach out to both law enforcement, their unions, and others, and people across this country. People are breathing a sigh of relief. People are looking and saying, yes, we saw it happen in front of our own eyes, and now we need to do something about it. So I think you're going to see the Department of Justice, hopefully the Department of Justice, leading the effort for the reform, not only from the administration, but also helping in pride and finding that common ground necessary in the United States Senate to try to get that George Floyd Policing Act passed into law.
Doug Jones, Joey Jackson, gentlemen, thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Don.
In the wake of the murder verdict, I just want to show you, pay close attention to this, okay? It's very important. This is the original press release put out by the Minneapolis Police Department right after George Floyd's death. It's tilted. Excuse me. It's titled, well, you can say that, but it's titled here, "Man Dies After Medical Incident During Police Interaction." It says the man resisted police and that officers were able to get the suspect into handcuffs and noted he appeared to be suffering medical distress. It goes on to say that he was transported to a hospital where he died, that no officers were injured in the incident, and that body cameras were activated. But there's a lot in that press release, okay, as well, that talked about, you know, him sitting on the car and all of these things that just didn't appear to be in the video, didn't appear to happen. What the press release doesn't say is that while pinned to the ground, George Floyd pleaded with police officers that he could not breathe. Nor does it say that ex-officer Chauvin kneeled on his neck for nearly 9.5 minutes until he stopped breathing. It wasn't a medical incident. It was a murder. I want to bring in now the former captain of the Missouri State Highway Patrol, Ron Johnson, who was tasked with restoring peace in Ferguson after Michael Brown's death. Captain, thank you so much. So that initial police report, it doesn't begin to tell the story here. There's no mention of a knee on the neck or any use of force. If not for bystander video, we'd never have seen the verdict, I believe, that we saw today. If you look at that report, doesn't that show why so many people don't trust the police and maybe why the initial reports from police are to be questioned?
And I agree with you. The transparency has to start from the beginning. It can't just start when someone shows you a video or someone's there watching. So transparency has to be like no one's watching. What will you do when no one is watching? So that's how we're going to gain trust.
There were other officers there. They didn't intervene to stop Chauvin. What is it going to take to change the culture of the silence among officers known as the blue wall of silence?
Well, I think this is an opportunity to change that and change minds and send a strong message to all people in law enforcement that you have a responsibility. It's about leadership, and each of us and each person in law enforcement has to stand as a leader in that moment and take charge, and that you have to see people as you see yourself. And when you're coming in contact with someone or your fellow officer, you have an obligation. That is a part of your job. That is a part of what you need to do to preserve safety for everyone and humanity and uphold the creed that you've sworn to.
What's the effect of this verdict on policing in America?
Well, I think this is a new opportunity. I think leaders in law enforcement, starting tomorrow, need to bring their troops in and have a conversation with them, an open and honest conversation, a conversation that is strong and intentional. And I think that if we take this opportunity, we can create change, but we've got to do training. We can't continue to do check-the-box training, and we can't say, you know what, that's not who we are until it happens, and then we come up with solutions and things like that. But I think we've got to just be stronger leaders, and I think it's up to those chiefs and those leaders that are heading those departments to take a strong stand.
What do you say to members of the police department who say, well, we can't do our jobs right now. We're being hindered now. This verdict puts our jobs in jeopardy. People don't understand what we go through out in as we are policing and what we have to go through just in order to do our jobs every single day.
I think the public does understand that it is a tough job. When we're in distress, we call policemen. But we also want you to be fair to everybody that you encounter. And if treating people with humanity makes your job tough, then I would say that you're in the wrong profession.
We have a statement. You mentioned the chiefs, and they should gather the folks together. We have and talk about policing. This is from the Minneapolis Chief Police Arredondo, Medaria Arredondo. And here's what he says. He said, quote, "I would like to thank the men and women of the Minneapolis Police Department as well as their families. This past year has been difficult and challenging, yet they have continued to show up and serve our community with the respect and dignity they deserve." What do incidents like this do to good officers who are doing the right thing?
I think the good officers need to stand strong and know that that doesn't define them. And I think that's what the police department said there, is that the many of them that testified in court, that this is not who we are. And I think they need to unite and stand strong. And I think the chief's words to them are important, meaningful. But those that don't uphold that standard, we need to make sure that we rid them from this profession.
When you saw the ex-officer Derek Chauvin being led away in handcuffs, what were your thoughts?
You know, my mother always had this saying that it's an amen moment. This was an amen moment for me, and I think it was an amen moment for America. I think justice was served for that family, but I also saw it as a chance for America to take a different stance. And I think we saw that in this trial, that this country came together in an inclusive way that we have not seen it in any other case that we've had like this. And so I think it's an opportunity that shows that when we're united as a country and we're inclusive and everyone sees wrong and knows that humanity is what we must stand for, that we can move forward.
Captain Johnson, thank you so much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Finally, justice for George Floyd's family. His brother Philonise tells me tonight how his family is reacting. That as people in the community are celebrating.
Sue's never toured with Redfin until now. Pick your time and a local Redfin agent will help you find
the one.
On-demand home tours from Redfin.
Tattooed chef. Up at 2 a.m. again. Tonight, try Pure Z's All Night. Unlike other sleep aids, our extended-release melatonin helps you sleep longer and longer. ZzzQuil Pure Z's All Night. Fall asleep, stay asleep.
You searched free cancellation. You found peace of mind. Trivago. Compare accommodation offers with free cancellation from the leading brands and find the best deal for you. Hotel, vacation rental, flexibility. Trivago.
Today, let's paint with Behr Ultra Scuff Defense so that you can live that scuff-free life.
Honey, I'm home from my really important job. Scuff defense.
Honey! Scuff defense.
Scuff defense! Oh, I love our scuff-free life.
You too, Scruff defense.
Today, let's paint with the interior paint that's too tough to scuff. Behr, exclusively at the Home Depot.
Don't worry. DAP Rapid Fuse Ultra Clear. Bonds virtually everything. Dries crystal clear. Stays crystal clear. Like it never happened.
Want eyes that wow? Try Lumify eye drops. Made with a unique formulation that dramatically reduces redness to help your eyes look whiter and brighter. No wonder it's the #1 eye doctor recommended brand. So whatever color you've got, try Lumify.
You won't believe your eyes.
I'm training for my 6th Olympics. More than ever before, I have to work hard to stay in shape. I run, I lift, I do yoga. That means sore knees, sore back, sore everything. KT Tape helps me push past the pain.
Used by athletes around the world and at home, just like you. KT Tape relieves the pain of aching muscles and joints. Perform at your best. Easy to apply. Use it for many common injuries. KT Tape. Train longer. Finish stronger.
KT Tape works for me. It'll work for you.
At Avocado Green Mattress, we're in this for good. For healthy people and a healthy planet. To give more than we take. That's why we're proud to be 1% for the Planet's 2020 Pinnacle Award winner. To be a certified B Corporation, to be organic, and to actually offset more carbon emissions than we produce. All to raise the bar for what it means to be a sustainable brand. Learn more at avocadogreenmattress.com.
You've been very busy at home lately. It's time you got reacquainted with your massage routine. With Massage Envy, your safety is a top priority. Massage Envy. Keep your body working.
Out here, we know you're ready for a fresh start in a new season. When gardeners dig into fresh ground. When landowners need a little horsepower to get property looking its best.
And when taking care of pets and animals gives us new purpose. Out here, 42,000 of us in over 1,900 Tractor Supply stores are here to help with homegrown know-how and everything you need for spring. And with the services that make shopping easier than ever. Tractor Supply, everything for your life out here.
Top 10 Dog Science Fair project.
Look on TV! Calm yourselves. Let's get professional now.
Wanted to start it off with something a little light, so here we go. Syria.
The Story of Late Night premieres Sunday night, May 2nd at 9.
The whole country reacting to the guilty verdict in the trial of the ex-officer who killed George Floyd. And for the Floyd family, tonight is a night of celebration after a year of anguish. I spoke earlier with George Floyd's brother, Philonise, and attorney Ben Crump.
Oh man, it was just so much of a relief, Don. Just constant nights of me just being up, constantly getting 3 and 4 hours of sleep. But today, I won't get that time to sleep because I'm gonna stay up and I'm gonna celebrate, because to me this is a day of celebration. I'm happy, man. I'm really happy.
Listen, I want to take you back to the courtroom if you will allow me, because this verdict, as you know, was historic. What was it like for you to be there?
Oh, it was one of those times that I actually panicked a lot. I was walking back and forth, pacing back and forth, man. Attorney Crump was like, hey, just do whatever you need to do to be comfortable. And I did it. And when I had to go to that courtroom, I sat in there 30 minutes before the jurors came out and the judge came out. But the entire time I prayed for the entire 30 minutes.
What was that 30 minutes like?
Oh, man, it was like an eternity. But all I can know is, like, in my mind, I seen George. I seen my Lord and Savior. He was just talking to me, and all I heard was guilty, guilty, and guilty. I was extremely excited. Words cannot describe, because African Americans, we don't get justice. We just think it's just us. It was such a beautiful day, historic. So many African Americans, just period, people of color, people all around this nation, they all celebrated, because one thing they can always say is justice for George. It means freedom for all, because it has been times that you'll be worried, like, what will I have to do when I get pulled over? You think about so many things. The world has sparked and lit up with a blaze tonight, and it's a celebration. Business can be taken care of tomorrow, but now it's a celebration today.
Hopefully this is a new precedent in America where marginalized minorities, especially Black people, Don Lemon, that we can get full justice, not just partial justice, not just civil justice under the 7th Amendment, which we control, and be denied justice under the 10th Amendment, which the prosecutors control. What Keith Ellison and his amazing lawyers did, they said, no, we too are American citizens, and we too deserve full justice, and we should expect it.
I want to bring in now Andrea Jenkins. She is the Vice President of the Minneapolis City Council. Andrea, thank you so much. How you doing?
Hey, good evening, Don. How are you?
I'm doing very well. Your district includes a street corner where George Floyd was murdered. The community has been through so much in the last year. Give me your feelings, and what are you hearing from your constituents tonight, Andrea?
Well, Don, I do want to just say, offer my heart and my hand to the Floyd family and all of the relatives and supporters. I know that this verdict does not and will not ease their pain and take away their anguish and their anger, but it is a step towards justice. It is a step towards equity, and so I hope they are able to find some solace in these verdicts tonight. The community is really, I think, celebrating tonight, as Philonise just talked about, and again, just going back to the family, I really want to just thank them for how supportive they have been of this particular community. They pledge support for some of the businesses in the area. The city has pledged support in the area of forgivable loans to some of those businesses, and so I just want to thank them for that. But people are taking a moment to celebrate tonight, and I think the community is really going to continue to press and push for justice and equality for all people.
The mayor of nearby Brooklyn Center telling CNN that Minnesota is a place where it isn't safe to be black. What do you think needs to happen to allow, if you agree with that statement, and you can tell me if you agree or disagree, but what do you think needs to be allowed to happen for the community to trust the police?
Well, if we're being honest, and I know Mayor Elliott, you know, America is not safe if you're black. And so, you know, there are issues, there are challenges, there are deep systemic problems here in Minneapolis and in Minnesota. But I don't think we're unique from other parts of the country. You know, that said, you know, in terms of public safety, we need to completely reimagine what public safety is like in our communities. We need to, you know, end qualified immunity. We need to have community involvement and oversight over the police. We have, my colleagues on the Minneapolis City Council have, you know, moving forward a charter amendment to rethink our public safety and actually in the police department and included in a Department of Public Safety that will also include crime prevention strategies, strategies to have unarmed responses to mental health crises, to traffic stops, etc. And so we need to work as a community and as a society together to reimagine public safety and go beyond that. To reimagine our society, really, because much of what the problems are in our society, you know, police brutality is a symptom of that, and it's a mechanism to uphold the challenges in our society, the economic disparities that are plaguing our society. So we need to reshape and rethink how we are living together in this country.
Well, Andrew, I want to thank you. The members of your community have been so affected by this, the bystanders, the jury, and so on. I mean, just the witnesses, everything.
The witnesses,
yeah.
I just want to thank them so much for their bravery, for their courage, for their witness, and really make sure that they know that there are mental health supports out there, that there are other supports to help them to get through these really challenging times, and thank them so much for their bravery.
I think today's verdict will help to facilitate some of that healing. It's not over yet, but as you said, there's help that they can get, that they can use. But I think this will help them get there. Thank you, Andrew Jenkins. I appreciate it. You be well.
Thank you, Don.
Thank you.
Have a great night.
A pivotal moment for racial justice in America, but there is still a whole lot of progress that needs to be made. Where we go from here, that's next.
Up at 2 a.m. again. Tonight, try Pure Z's All Night. Unlike other sleep aids, our extended-release melatonin helps you sleep longer and longer. ZzzQuil Pure Z's All Night. Fall asleep, stay asleep.
Experience matters. For over 145 years, more families trust ADT for timeless protection and 24/7 peace of mind. ADT, real protection.
We're not saying Daily Harvest will change your life, but we're pretty sure it can make some things easier, like one-handed breakfast. And we can't promise Daily Harvest will mean eating well 100% of the time. or that it will be the first of many steps to a healthier way of life, or that it will give you more energy to chase your goals, or whatever you want to chase. But we're not saying that. We can say that Daily Harvest takes care of food so that food can take care of you. So it's a pretty good place to start. Get started today at dailyharvest.com.
It's time to get back out there. It's time to feel good again and start new. It's your time to shine.
Nutrisystem gave me the jumpstart I needed. Once I started losing weight, I just wanted to keep going.
Now I can go out and play basketball rather than watching it on TV or playing a video game.
Nutrisystem worked for me because it was a healthy way of looking at food.
Choose from over 150 perfectly portioned meals and snacks delivered to your door. You'll eat 6 times a day, so you're never hungry. The food tastes great and is ready in minutes. Money back guaranteed.
I was actually eating more on the program than I was when I was not on the program.
Plus, get our Numi app full of rewards and tips to keep you motivated. And if you have a question, free on-demand coaching. Don't wait to lock in your special deal before it expires.
Make this your time to shine with Nutrisystem.
Go to Nutrisystem.com right now to lock in your special deal.
It's much easier to be in the moment when you know the future's officially taken care of. Protect your family with LegalZoom. LegalZoom, let's make it official.
A brand new car loses roughly 50% of its value in the first 3 years. A used car from Shift doesn't. Second grade level arithmetic. Still valuable.
Shift.com. Used cars never felt so new.
Conversations. Some are hard. Some are easy. Sometimes you talk. Sometimes you listen. Sometimes you agree. And sometimes you don't. Conversations can create change. Let's talk.
A new season of United Shades of America with W. Kamau Bell premieres May 2nd at 10 on CNN.
We all know that we'll eventually need a will. Eventually. How about right now? Trust and Will has taken the process of creating your will and made it easy. Like while you're lounging on the couch, easy. Trust and Will is designed by attorneys, but customized by you. One question at a time. All documents are state-specific, legally valid, and start at just $89. That's not a typo. Find the plan that's right for you at trustandwill.com.
Online dating? My buddy met a nice woman that way, but I'm not really sure where to look.
Pick up your phone, go to OurTime.com, just take a look. It's easy to take a look on Our Time, the dating site for people over 50.
What is Beaches? It's a laugh, a smile, something to share. It's precious moments and dreams come true. It's all included, all unlimited, so you can feel like a family again. Call 1-800-BEACHES and save up to 65%.
I'm Jeff Zeleny at the White House, and this is CNN.
Tonight, President Joe Biden calling Derek Chauvin's murder, conviction, and George Floyd's death a giant step towards justice in America, but saying so much more needs to be done and calling systemic racism a stain on the nation's soul. Former President Barack Obama also putting out a statement saying true justice requires that we come to terms with the fact that Black Americans are treated differently every day. It requires us to recognize that millions of our friends, family, and fellow citizens live in fear that their next encounter with law enforcement could be their last. And it requires us to do the sometimes thankless, often difficult, but always necessary work of making the America we know more like the America we believe in. Joining me now is Cornel West, professor of public philosophy at Harvard University. Good evening, Professor. How you doing?
How you doing, my dear brother? Well, I was just thinking of the Mighty Devils of Chicago. They say, oh, what a night. What a night, brother.
Yeah.
Historic, monumental.
What you got to say about the verdict?
Well, you know, it was a people's victory, though, brother. And this is very important to keep in mind, that it was the people both in the street. It was the sharp lawyers, Brother Ben. Brother Ben's a living legend. It was Brother Keith,
strong, brought his team together. But at the center of it was a Black love. It was the Floyd family. And what I mean by that is what you said about Philonise is so true, and what you said about his siblings, that they set the tone, they set the atmosphere, and it was their grace, it was their nobility, it was their integrity, it was their willingness not to engage in hatred and contempt that set the whole atmosphere. That's the legacy of Larcenia Jones Floyd, who we were talking before, coming right out of the rich third ward, rich in spirit, the third ward, the so-called ghetto hood in Houston. And that kind of Black love shaped their souls in such a way that they could be determined and to stand with the dignity that they had in order to say, we are going to fight in a principled way. And they then embraced and lured so many of all different colors to say, get on this love train, get on this justice train. We gonna make sure that this policeman who committed a public lynching goes to jail. Now keep in mind now, brother, it's a very low expectation. You know what I mean? If the world sees a public lynching and they decide that is wrong and they send a policeman to jail, that's 1 + 1 = 2. That's just basic. But for so long, 1 + 1 = 0 when it comes to the criminal justice system for Black people. So our expectation is so low that we do celebrate tears of joy. But if we don't have the same determination, the same dignity, the same grace, the same willingness to serve and sacrifice that we see in the Floyd family, for each and every case, this is just the first of thousands of convictions that need to take place. This is the peak of an iceberg, my brother. You know it, and I know it.
Professor, I've heard people say, well, I don't understand what all the celebration was about and the press conference and everybody talking and speaking. You're speaking to that now.
Absolutely.
Go on.
Absolutely. Because, for example, if it were on the vanilla side of town, and they lived in a Black supremacist world, and white folk had been enslaved for 244 years and lynched every 2.5 days for 50 years and were snatched out of their cars and shot down, when in fact there was a victory in a Black supremacist system, the white folk would celebrate. And rightly so, because we're talking about morality and spirituality. Well, we live in a white supremacist civilization that continues to be chronic and systemic and refuses to treat us as human beings. And when we get treated by human beings by criminal justice system, we celebrate for a moment because we got to refortify. Because this is a system, the fundamental question is, and this is the question for Brother Biden, because this is very important. See, Biden himself, you remember now, November 18th, 1994, he's the one talking about predators. He's the one talking about they're beyond rehabilitation. He's the one talking about throw them in jail and throw away the key. But that cheapens Black life. That's 1994. He's talking about brothers who look like me, like you, and like Brother George. You say, oh, Biden, I see you changed. I believe people change. I'm a Christian now. Everybody got a capacity to change. LBJ changed from white supremacists out of Jim Crow, Texas, to a force against white supremacy. Let's see the degree to which Biden has actually changed. He was cheapening Black life in 1994 when he bragged about being the architect of the mass incarceration regime to win the election. He's changed now. Beautiful. Let's see if he executes on the ground. Don't leave it to Congress. You got to use your bully pulpit the way you used it wonderfully today, the way Sister Harris used it wonderfully today. Can't just be pretty words, though.
Well, that's
because if this system is beyond reform, if it's incapable of reform, then this is just an isolated moment of joy, and we're right back to business as usual, and the politicians are right back tied to Wall Street, Pentagon, drones, and turning their back to the suffering of poor Black people and poor people around the country. That's the challenge that we're talking about, my brother.
I'm not trying to cut you off. I just wanted to play what they said today, what the president and the vice president said. No. I wanted to play to fortify what you're saying, what the president and the vice president said today, because that's what you were talking about, and then let you finish on the other side. Here it is. Let's play it.
The murder of George Floyd launched a summer of protest we hadn't seen since the civil rights era in the 60s. Protests that unified people of every race and generation in peace and with purpose to say enough, enough, enough of this senseless killings. Today's verdict is a step forward.
So there you go. We don't have the vice president in that. Pardon me for that. But a step forward. But is it always going to take a video to get justice, Professor?
Well, we thank God for Darnella. She's one of the people, crucial people. She made this case what it was. Without her, it would be just another precious, beautiful black man publicly lynched. And you read the police report. Mm-hmm. Can you imagine that police report? Mm-hmm. Deodorized, sanitized, sterilized, lying about a precious child of God, Brother George. Thank God Darnella was there. And so we have to keep the pressure on Brother Biden and Sister Harris. Sister Harris's words were quite strong today as well. She said that racism is a problem, and it's more than a problem. It's a catastrophe. We should not confuse the catastrophic with the problematic. Mm-hmm. We don't have a race problem. We got a catastrophe visited on black people. A catastrophe visited on indigenous people. A catastrophe visited on brown and Asians. And the question is, how do we fortify ourselves? That's where the love comes in. That's where the joy comes in. Because never forget, Don, any justice that's only justice soon degenerates into something less than justice. You got to have deep love, deep care, deep concern, and you got to have deep joy to sustain you in struggle, or you end up a sprinter rather than a long distance runner in the struggle for truth and justice. This is what we understand from our tradition of black people. And that's why the music is so important. That's why the spirit is so important. And then the intellect, the vision, the courage, and the willingness to sacrifice and serve the least of these. So we do want to celebrate, and we want to salute the nobility of the Floyd family as we move now to the Wright family, the Taylor family, Breonna, and all of us coming together across race and across national boundaries. This is an international issue. And you know, Brother Prince got a new album coming out, brother, called Welcome to America. I was listening to it yesterday. He said his response to Curtis Mayfield. He and I were talking. I said, Prince, I don't really think you're deep as Curtis Mayfield. He said, I think I am. I'm going to go in the studio and show you. And he came out of the studio, Welcome to America, about Minneapolis, the greatest genius coming out of Minneapolis, greatest genius of his generation. And he's part and parcel, his spirit, Larcenia's spirit, Nina Simone's spirit, John Coltrane's spirit, all of it's here. Because that's the legacy of a great people that's trying to hold up a bloodstained banner in a white supremacist civilization that don't want to treat us the way we ought to be treated.
Tonight, Professor. Thank you. Listen, you talked about the humanity of everyone involved, certainly the Floyd family, and for the people who took the video and stood by. And here's what Keith Ellison said. I'm going to let you go, but here's what he said. They stopped and they raised their voices, and they even challenged authority because they saw his humanity. They stopped and they raised their voices because they knew what they were seeing was wrong. Professor, thank you.
Beautiful.
Good night. Good evening to you.
Thank you so much, my brother.
Absolutely. George Floyd finally getting justice. But the other black families who have lost loved ones to police killings are still waiting for justice of their own, as the professor just mentioned.
Sue's never toured with Redfin until now. Pick your time and a local Redfin agent will help you find
the one.
On-demand home tours from Redfin.
Tony here from CreditRepair.com. Take it to the streets to talk about credit. What's a good credit score? Go.
600.
Maybe if you're trying to pay thousands extra in interest rates. Cut the confusion at CreditRepair.com.
Hey, the bug lady's here.
She's not here for a play date.
Hang on, I'm coming around for another look.
I'm just gonna say it. Devotion.
Every corner, crack, and crevice.
So dedicated to her craft.
I'm a craft.
Today, let's paint with Behr Ultra Scuff Defense so that you can live that scuff-free life.
Honey, I'm home for my really important
Scuff defense.
Honey! Scuff defense.
Scuff defense! Oh, I love our scuff-free life.
You too, Scruff defense.
Today, let's paint with the interior paint that's too tough to scuff. Behr, exclusively at the Home Depot.
Tattooed chef.
I always thought it was me, that I was the reason all these diets never worked.
This is genuinely not a temporary fix. There's some serious psychology behind it.
I've been on Noom for 4 months now. I've lost 27 pounds, and I feel like I got my life back.
Visit Noom.com and lose the weight for good.
So what's going on?
I'm a talking dog.
The other issue?
Oh, I'm scratching like crazy.
You've got some allergic itch with skin inflammation. Apoquel can work on that itch in as little as 4 hours, whether it's a new or chronic problem. And Apoquel's treated over 9 million dogs.
Nice. And the talking dog thing?
Is it bothering you?
No, itching like a dog is bothering me.
Until dogs can speak for themselves, you have to. When allergic itch is a problem, ask for Apoquel. Apoquel is for the control of itch associated with allergic dermatitis and the control of atopic dermatitis in dogs. Do not use Apoquel in dogs less than 12 months old or those with serious infections. Apoquel may increase the chances of developing serious infections and may cause existing parasitic skin infestations or pre-existing cancers to worsen. New neoplasias were observed in clinical studies and post-approval. Most common side effects are vomiting and diarrhea.
Feeling better?
I'm speechless. Thanks for the Apoquel.
Aw, that's what friends are for. Ask your veterinarian for Apoquel. Next to you, Apoquel is a dog's best friend.
Hello. A and B mark. I didn't realize there would be an A mark and a B mark. Now I feel unprepared.
Lots of energy. We're sitting in chairs in an empty house.
It should be fun.
I'm hoping for a sillier future.
We've got microphone guys.
The Story of Late Night premieres Sunday night, May 2nd at 9 on CNN.
The number 3 means perfection. It's a party, not a crowd. In some places on Earth, it even evokes the divine. Introducing the BMW 3 Series, an icon that lives on like never before. Choose between the advanced and dynamic 330i, the adrenaline-inducing M340i, or the electrified 330e. It really is a magic number. The 3. Hurry in is a 2021 BMW 330e sedan for $439 per month.
Seasons in Malibu is a world-class luxury addiction and mental health rehab center right here in Southern California. Seasons is different because of 3 things: our acclaimed doctorate-level one-on-one therapy. Seasons is licensed for both addiction and mental health treatment. And Seasons works with most PPO insurance plans. Call Seasons in Malibu at 844-534-HELP or visit seasonsmalibu.com. And remember, it's okay to say, I need help.
I'm Jeremy Diamond at the White House, and this is CNN.
We're back now with our live continuing commentators Bakari Sellers and Mitch Landrieu. Gentlemen, thank you for your time. Good evening. Mayor, the relief around the country is palpable, but will it always be short-lived because of the funeral for Daunte Wright is Thursday?
It could be, but I thought you were my friend. Don't ever put me on after the great and inimitable Dr. Cornel West. He's unbelievable. But I'll say this about it. I was so relieved because it was the right verdict, but I was also very sad because George Floyd is dead. Very angry because Daunte Wright, and while the verdict was being read, a young girl of color, 13 years old, was killed in another police-involved episode in Columbus. And you can remain hopeful, but there is a long way between the words spoken by the president, which I thought were good, where he said systemic racism is a stain on the soul of the nation, and actually making this real, making the change real. That's going to take a lot of time, a lot of effort, the commitment of every police officer, every citizen in this country. And unless and until that is done, I think Dr. West's words are very prophetic in this notion. We have a lot of work to do in this country because systemic racism has infected us all. It's been a real problem. And the big question is, do Black Lives Matter? Today it did. But I think there's good evidence that that's not necessarily true throughout the country. And unless and until we make that real and our deeds follow our words, we have a ways to go.
Bakari, the original police report never even mentioned a use of force. That's a problem with the whole system, not, one man. But in the case of Daunte Wright, they released the body camera footage the very next day. Do you think we're going to see more transparency moving forward, or is this just one example and TBD, to be determined?
I think it's trust but verify. I think that the pressure that was put on the system, for me earlier today, I was relieved. It felt like a pressure or a weight off of your chest when the verdict was read. This isn't justice. I am frustrated people are calling it such. This is accountability. Real justice is ensuring that police interact with black folk in a way that doesn't mean that George Floyd has to die. And so you're talking about making those changes, making those reforms going forward, and releasing and being transparent, not lying on incident reports, not lying on press releases. Those require institutionalized type reforms. And that's what, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris were talking about today. The United States Congress, in particular the United States Senate, has to pass the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act, or else all the excitement that we had, all the exhalation that we had will be in vain, because there won't be real reform, there won't be real policy change, which is what's needed to actually save black lives.
Yeah. So many people, Mayor, white people, woke up to the depth of racial injustice after watching this video of George Floyd. Do you think that's enduring?
I think it should be, but many, many times in America, even under these difficult circumstances, we continue to look away. And I just think that we can't look away from this anymore. We will if we can, but we shouldn't. And this time, and what Bakari said was absolutely correct. I hope they pass the George Floyd Policing Act. But at the same time, they also have to put the resources behind it, and then that has to move to the ground. So, Don, I'm reading your book right now, which is fantastic. You talk about policy, policing, prosecution. This goes into who we hire to be police officers, how we train them, how we supervise them, how and when and if they're held accountable, the release of body cam. All of these things are critically important to executing this new policy that we talked about, because without that, it doesn't matter. Bakari's a lawyer, I'm a lawyer. Both of us can tell you that there are young men across America of color who get convicted on much less evidence for much more, less serious crimes and much more time than what happened with Derek Chauvin. So yes, I'm thankful that the system seemed to have worked this time, but did it require the footage that people saw? What happens when nobody's there to see it? What's the system do for similarly situated people when nobody else is looking? That's the test. When people are treated based on their behavior, not the color of their skin, when nobody's looking. That's when we'll start to get to the right place.
That's got to be the last word, unfortunately. Thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate it. We have much, much more in our live breaking news coverage of the guilty verdict in the Derek Chauvin trial just ahead. I'll be right back with Chris Cuomo.
Up at 2 a.m. again. Tonight, try Pure Z's All Night. Unlike other sleep aids, our extended-release melatonin helps you sleep longer and longer. ZzzQuil Pure Z's All Night. Fall asleep, stay asleep.
Feel like you're being watched? Hackers can steal what's on your device or see what you send over Wi-Fi. Keep prying eyes out using Norton 360 with a VPN for online privacy and more. Go to norton.com/privacy.
Sarah!
Jenny Craig works. Introducing Rapid Results Max, our most effective weight loss program ever. You can lose up to 17 pounds in your first 4 weeks. Every options with Jenny Craig.
Don't worry. DAP Rapid Fuse Ultra Clear. Bonds virtually everything. Dries crystal clear. Stays crystal clear. Like it never happened.
What's worse? Having erectile dysfunction or having to talk about it? You'd be surprised how many men I've talked to that struggle with that choice. And it's why I started Roman, because getting help shouldn't be difficult. With Roman, we've made it easy to connect with a healthcare professional online. They'll work with you to find the right treatment plan, and if prescribed, your medication will ship discreetly to your door. Simple, straightforward, and the way healthcare should be. Roman, let's take care of it.
I'm training for my 6th Olympics. That means sore back, sore knees, sore everything. KT Tape helps me push past the pain.
KT Tape is used by athletes around the world. Super easy to apply. KT Tape. Train longer, finish stronger.
KT Tape works for me, it'll work for you.
We love it when you show all the colors.
Welcome. Today's discussion will be around sliced meat.
Moms want healthy and affordable.
Landa Frost Premium.
No added hormones either.
It's the only protein I've really melted with.
Landa Frost Premium. Fresh look, same great taste.
At Avocado Green Mattress, we're in this for good, for healthy people and a healthy planet, to give more than we take. That's why we're proud to be 1% for the Planet's 2020 Pinnacle Award winner, to be a certified B Corporation, to be organic, and to actually offset more carbon emissions than we produce, all to raise the bar for what it means to be a sustainable brand. Learn more at avocadogreenmattress.com.
Did you know that every single flush flings odors onto your soft surfaces? Then they get released back into the air, so you smell them later. Ew, right? That's why Febreze created Small Spaces. Press firmly and watch it get to work. Unlike the leading cone, Small Spaces continuously eliminates odors in the air and on surfaces, so they don't come back for 45 days. Just imagine what it can do with other odors.
I used to have to go in to the auto parts store. Pay too much, never find quite what I'm looking for. Now I just go online to Rock Auto and see all the parts my car will ever need. Lower prices, more parts, more brands. It's so easy to find the right parts fast. All the parts your car will ever need. Rock Auto. All the parts your car will ever need. RockAuto.com.
Out here, we know you're ready for a fresh start in a new season. When gardeners dig into fresh ground. When landowners need a little horsepower to get property looking its best. And when taking care of pets and animals gives us new purpose. Out here, 42,000 of us in over 1,900 Tractor Supply stores are here to help with homegrown know-how and everything you need for spring. And with the services that make shopping easier than ever. Tractor Supply, everything for your life out here.
My garden brings us together.
My garden is my therapy.
Find more ways to grow at miraclegrow.com.
Welcome to CNN's continuing coverage in the aftermath of the George Floyd murder trial. I'm Chris Cuomo along with Dee Lemon. We have never seen a case come out this way before. Not a shooting, but guilty on all counts, including murder. That was the toll of this trial today. As you know, it's midnight on the East Coast, 11 p.m. in Minneapolis. There is a sense of relief on the streets, but this is a trial that echoed not just across the country, but across the world. And this was the moment of truth.
We, the jury, in the above entitled matter as to count 1, unintentional second-degree murder while committing a felony, find the defendant guilty. Count 2, third-degree murder perpetrating an eminently dangerous act, find the defendant guilty. Count 3, second-degree manslaughter, culpable negligence, creating an unreasonable risk, find the defendant guilty.
So Derek Chauvin is guilty, but he still has to be sentenced. But he's likely to be behind bars for a very long time, convicted on all counts, including murder in the second degree. And Chris, they ran him off one by one by one by one. The first day, it took 4 hours. Second day today, 6.5 hours. Under 11 hours, that jury reached a verdict. That is very quick, considering what was at stake here.
Relatively, it was pretty quick. I mean, I think they reviewed all the evidence. It was a good block of time. And if they had the collective agreement that this was something that was so bad that death was the only obvious outcome, this is where they were going to wind up. I did not think you would get a murder charge in this case. Not that it wasn't warranted or was, but we just have never seen it before. And even in shootings, it's so rare. This is a non-shooting. I couldn't even get data to compare it to because we don't really keep data on this.
This is the one time where I said, Chris, that I thought that they would get murder. I thought that they would get all 3 charges guilty in this case. I was very bullish on this case, and there was one reason, and you know, the main reason that I was bullish on this case, and that is that video of 9 minutes and 29 seconds. When you think about that, if you're sitting in that jury, if you're a human being, and you're looking at everything that happened before. You saw the defense saying, well, showing the video of what happened before he was on the ground, and we had trouble getting him into the car, and he had enough breath that he could say, I can't breathe. So many times he had enough breath and the wherewithal to communicate with police officers. But none of that mattered. 9 minutes and 29 seconds. That is a long time for you to think about what you're doing. We have only been on the air here for 3 minutes. And imagine that, triple that time, 369. For that amount of time, for me to be able to have you in a prone position, handcuffed, and not be able to think about the consequences of my action, I thought that was too much to ask of anybody, and I thought the jury would see right through it, and it would take 9 minutes and 29 seconds. That video would be the key, and I do believe that it was.
Well, you were right. It had to be, because, one, it's a very rare piece of proof. And two, it had something else that is also something that's almost unique to this case. Everything that you just said was going on. And around it, you had the community. You had people creating an echo effect of the obvious, of saying, look at him. He can't breathe. Donald Williams saying, just check his pulse, check his pulse. The first responders showing up saying that this is really bad. Did you administer any aid yet? No, why?
People there were saying, man, he's not breathing. Come on now, get up, let him up.
As a juror, as you said, a human being, not only is it obvious to you, but you know it was obvious to people who were there. And you have to ask yourself, why wasn't it obvious to the defendant? And second-degree murder in this iteration of the law is an unintentional murder, but it was an intentional assault. And because you intended to seriously harm somebody and they died in that event, it becomes murder too. And then once you had that, the other two were going to necessarily follow. But of course, there's such desire by everybody here, one, to see how did the Floyd family, how do they react? How does the community react? What does this mean? What comes next? All relevant, all real. But I just hope people understand how rare an instance of justice in a court of law this case is. I don't think it has a companion case.
Well, you're talking about in the court of law. I think people understand it, and they get it in the layman's terms. Now, you, as someone with a Juris Doctorate, as an attorney, you see it in a different light because you know what is it? It is the preponderance of evidence, I think, or a reasonable doubt.
Look, I think they had a very strong case. I'm saying you just don't see cops convicted of this.
No, you don't see cops, but I think people understood it. I think when you saw, and I hate to keep comparing it to this because I know the cases were different, but I think the reaction, the way people reacted, I hadn't seen people react to a verdict like that since O.J. Simpson. I know it's completely different legally. I understand that, and it was a different time. But how people were standing there in the plaza listening, how people were watching on their cell phones, people at home watching on their televisions, how we were all in the studio watching, and I just remembered the time when I was in the newsroom at WNYW here, Channel 5, when the O.J. Simpson verdict was, and how the reaction, the people, the relief of people. Okay, again, so don't fault me for this. I know it's two different cases. I'm talking about the reaction here. And so I think people knew how rare it was because of the celebrating, because they said justice was finally served. And they knew how rare it was because, look, now, Chris, you and I are sitting here talking. We've been talking for 6-7 minutes. We haven't said unrest. We haven't said protest. We haven't said riot. We haven't said loot. We haven't said a fire. We hadn't said fire. Let's go to breaking news. Our report on the scene. I think people know how rare it is, and they are holding their breaths, their collective breaths. We all are, to see what happens next. Because as I told you in the opening of my show, the closing of your show earlier, that it's tough because we know that there's going to be another time, right? A police shooting is going to happen again. And we're going to have to analyze it. And the nation's going to have to go through it. And so we'll see what happens with the next one. But I think right now people are holding their breaths and they're saying that this is a step towards justice. It may not be full justice, but it's a step toward accountability.
It's absolutely accountability on its face, right? I think I agree with Professor West.
What? I mean, his
which part?
He named every jazz musician and singer.
I'll never question him on music. But the idea that what is one step versus what is the ultimate goal of the journey that you're on, and that you need to see things as they are, call them for what they are, let the system work, and it did work here. It worked despite how it began. You know, you have to remember how this case started. They played it as a medical incident when this happened.
The original?
The local police department. Then the governor had the wherewithal to take it from the local authorities, give it to the attorney general, who appointed Keith Ellison, who appointed a special prosecutor, and that's why you are where you are. You may not have been here otherwise. Now you have, well, what does it mean? And Professor Cornel West tonight was arguing, this is really important, but the long haul of getting to where you want in terms of culture change and legislative change doesn't take the law. It takes another L word, which is love, and that you need people to want to be on board for that and to make this something more. There's a long way to go.
Let me just read this, and just for, and if you will allow me, because does this sound anything like what we finally learned in the courtroom? May 25th, 2020, Minneapolis. On Monday evening, shortly after 8 p.m., officers from the Minneapolis Police Department responded to the 3700 block of Chicago Avenue South on a report of forgery in progress. Officers were advised that the suspect was sitting on top of a blue car and appeared to be under the influence. Two officers arrived and located the suspect, a male believed to be in his 40s, in the car. He was ordered to step from his car. After he got out, and he physically resisted officers. Officers were able to get the suspect into handcuffs and noted he appeared to be suffering medical distress. Okay, did that happen? We didn't see that in the video. Officers called for an ambulance. He was transported to Hennepin County Medical Center by ambulance, where he died a short time later. At no time were weapons of any type used by anyone involved in this incident. The Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension has been called to investigate this incident at the request of the Minneapolis Police Department. No officers were injured in the incident. Body-worn cameras were on and activated during the incident. The GO number is, and it puts it up there. Not once did they mention a knee on the neck. Not once did they mention the guy was calling for air, that he could not breathe. So what does that say about these initial reports that we get from police officers, that we take, or from police departments around the country, that we take as gospel? And even us in the media, we sit here and read them and say, but the officer said this, the officer said that. Well, how could he? You know, he resisted. And they said, but. Are they to be believed? Are they gospel?
My presumption is to believe the police with a trust but verify. That's our job. I hear you. I respect you. Yeah. Show me the proof. I only know what you show. Minnesota, this police department has problems, has issues that have been demonstrated different ways over time. So you have to look at this isolated in one way, which is this is what they did. But I'll tell you why it's brazen. It is one thing if you and I decide to come up with a story to explain something that no one else can know the truth about.
Right.
But they knew they had the footage.
Multiple cameras, body camera, and they know, but the advent.
And they did it anyway. So what was their bet?
The advent of
that you wouldn't care about it, and it would kind of go away. And sure, the local people are complaining. They always complain.
Right.
You know what I mean? Yeah, I know what they said. That's not what happened.
Yeah.
Now you don't have the video. Well, now what happens? I do not mean to sound cynical about the police. I like body camera footage for them and the people they serve.
Right.
There can be no doubt. Oh, she or he said, I did what? Check the camera. That's not how it happened. That's why transparency is always key. But that's how this started, Don.
Yeah.
There was no guarantee that we get here. And you say the next time, their case is bubbling up right now.
Yeah.
Their cases, there's a case in Ohio that people are talking about right now.
There's a case in Ohio, but as you say, trust but verify. I always like to, before you rile people up with video that you don't know the context to, that we have some responsibility to know what was going on, sure, right? And not necessarily take the initial police report as gospel, but when you have video, you play that video and you let people know what's happening. And this, when you said that legally, we've never seen this before. A police officer.
Non-shooting situation, murder conviction.
I don't know if you
all
saw me
counts.
on in the beginning with Jake. And, Jake was saying, well, it was short. And I said, well, Jake, I don't know. As a black man in America, I've seen this before. And then all of a sudden, you think something's going to go one way and then it goes another. I sat there, and usually in these events, you take some notes. But then you say, okay, well, look, once you hear the thing, you say, okay, it's over. And you just talk about the thing, right? Because I wrote down every juror when they said juror number 2, yes. I'm like, because I want to see if this is actually happening. Juror number 9, yes. Juror number 19, yes. Juror number 27, all the way through to the end, because, as you said, I could not believe that it was guilty on all 3 counts, including not the lesser charge, but the higher charge.
There is an assumption when there is a relatively quick turnaround that there must have been agreement. There can also be, and remember how this business works. Everything is 20/20 hindsight.
Right.
So if this had been a mistrial for a hung jury, everybody would say, oh yeah, that's always the other probability when it's a quick turnaround.
Right.
And that's true. There's one person or 2 people say, nope, I see it totally differently.
Yep.
I'll never agree with you. And people get frustrated, but usually they would have communicated that to the judge.
The judge would come in and the judge would say, can you reach you'd hear the whole thing in the courtroom. Can you reach an agreement if whatever? Or he might even say, when they said they can't, he will say, go back and try again.
Right. And also, something, I remember when you were talking about OJ the other night, I went home and it was interesting. Mario says, my son, all my kids love Don, he's family. And yeah, that's how he felt during OJ. But he has a different experience. He was listening to it a different way than you are. This matters to people of color in a way because there's an echo effect of it. And that's true about today also. Yeah. It's easy for me to say, it was a pretty quick turnaround. I don't live with the apprehension that this will happen. It will mean one thing to you, and it will not be justice, but just us once again. Yeah. And you will not get this, and you have to be suspicious, and you have to be, and also we've never seen someone get hooked on all 3 counts, including a murder charge for a non-shooting situation. Remember the guy in South Carolina? That's the case that always comes to mind for me. South Carolina, traffic stop, Walter Scott, older individual, winds up trying to run away from the policeman. He shoots him from behind, lies about it, maybe puts down a drop gun, and he didn't know this kid was
standing
putting
on the
him
other
with
side
a
of
cell
the
phone
fence.
camera.
Yeah.
And you know what happened in that trial in South Carolina on the state side?
Yeah.
Mistrial.
Mistrial. Yeah.
Mistrial.
Yeah. But listen, I understand what Mario, and they're right. Listen, for us, there's,
the kids get it, by the way. That's what I'm saying.
The kids do get it.
One generation, big difference.
They do get it, but we live in a world that's divided. I don't mean divided always in opposites, and just that we see things. We've had different experiences. We see life through different lenses. We've had we grew up differently, and one thing that may mean something to you, but it may mean something different to me. So yes, you are right about that. But in the case of O.J. Simpson, I will just say what I'm talking about is the verdict. As I'm sitting there and I'm watching all of our feeds.
Yeah, the anticipation and
you
theatrics.
See the plaza here and the plaza there and the people listening in the barbershops and all of that. And you've seen the videos. Some people are like, ah, and other people saying, oh, I can't believe this is what? That was the last time that I saw something like that. And today was just reminiscent of that in that one small aspect. And also the division, the racial divide in this country.
Former President Obama said the jury did the right thing today.
But you know what, just real quick before we get to the former president, but I do think, in one aspect, I may be wrong. I think this was based on race, but I do think that most whites in this country were on the side of justice. But in the O.J. Simpson trial, there was a racial division. Whites were, for the most part, thinking one way, blacks were thinking the other way. But I think most people they were on the right side of justice on this one.
Yes. That's why I don't conflate the cases, because this was the right outcome on the facts as we saw presented. Former President Obama said they did the right thing. And, once again, you hit the key element. I wasn't calling out every night that, hey, look at all the white kids in the crowd. Look at all the white people who are there. Because I wanted to simply and only insulate black outrage from being seen as savagery, which is how it is met by a white audience when the insurrection wasn't met that way. But to say, This one was different.
This wasn't just
affected
black
white
kids
people.
out there,
Yes.
right? And even listen, even in some of the unrest, Chris, that you saw out there, and I had members of the police department saying, "Don, I know that people like to say, well, that was unrest and they were rioting or whatever." And he said, most of these were like suburban white kids who were out there and part of that as well.
And
so
we've lived that together. We lived that with Michael Brown. You get those anarchist and one-off white kids who come in with those masks on, the whatever that guy's name is, Fawkes.
Right.
They wear those masks.
Right.
And they start trouble. The kid with the skateboard down at CNN in Atlanta was bashing it.
Well, that's what happened. They bring the skateboards in and they bash in the windows of the cars.
So
and the
there are
windows of the things. So
opportunists.
there are always
that's
opportunists out there, and we should learn. We have to separate, though, the rioters from the protesters. And most of the time, as you know, they are peaceful. I know people say, "Oh, the peaceful protests." They are peaceful, but when darkness falls and the later it gets, they're opportunists, people who take advantage of the situation.
Look, here's what we know. It was that this was such a combination effect of something very obvious and scary to watch, and how it affected people from the minority and the majority. If that doesn't stay as a combined effort, I don't know where we get.
Can I ask you a question before we go to the break?
Please.
What do you think? I asked this question to the mayor, the former mayor of New Orleans, Ms. Landrieu. Do you think the interest of white folks, do you think the interest is going to hold up? Because remember, when George Floyd first happened, there were more people who said the polls were high, saying, "Oh, well, he was murdered." As time has gone on, fewer and fewer people have said that, especially conservatives. Do you think the interest of white people, it'll keep the interest of white people, and do you think it's going to be enough for that difference that you and I talk about all the time, the people who really need to do the work to make the change in this country?
It is hard to say yes, because I have never seen that in my lifetime. Pain is personal. Drugs have been a scourge in minority communities for a long time. Heroin starts making its way into suburbs, all of a sudden it's a big deal. Same with meth, big deal. Pain is personal. It's your kids. It's people you know. How do you feel the interconnection, the interdependence to people where you don't have the same experience, but you know it's the right thing to do? Yeah. It's a hard thing to have. I hope it sustains. I hope lawmakers are pushed to make a mark on this one way or the other, to speak their conscience through legislation to be measured for it. But it's hard to see that will happen when it never has.
I think you're right about one thing, but there are two, as far as the drugs. The heroin thing was sort of a backwards thing, right? That was like a sort of a white kid suburban thing that went the other way. But also prescription drugs. That started in affluent communities, people who could get prescriptions. And then once the whole addiction to opioids.
But I'm saying heroin, nobody cared.
Nobody cared.
Then opioids, now we care. Why?
There you go.
So our kids.
There you go.
There it is. All right, let's take a break. There is a moment of relief for many. That's fair to say.
Yeah.
Don's question. What will it mean? Will it be a turning point? A lawyer for the Floyd family, who now also represents Daunte Wright's family, he talks about the next chapters in this fight ahead.
Life is really good at keeping us awake. The lights go out and our mind goes on. Thoughts of today, tomorrow, or just life racing around. Send them to sleep with Headspace. Let us guide you with sleep music, sleep casts, and wind downs. Arriving into tomorrow, rested and ready. Whatever's on your mind, put your mind to bed with Headspace. Enjoy your greatest sleep ever with 30% off.
New projects means new project managers. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. The moment you sponsor a job on Indeed, you get a short list of quality candidates from a resume database. Claim your $75 credit when you post your first job at Indeed.com/home.
Not everybody wants the same thing. That's why I go with Liberty Mutual. They customize my car insurance, so I only pay for what I need. Because I do things a little differently.
Hey, I'll take one, please. Wait, this isn't a hot dog stand?
No. Can't you see the sign? Wet teddy bears. Get your wet teddy bears 100% wet, guaranteed, or the next one's on me.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
It's the biggest thing that ever happened to Small. Visit your local Mercedes-Benz dealer for exceptional lease and financing offers.
Okay, at AT&T, everyone gets our best deals on all smartphones.
Let me break it down. You got your new customers.
They get our best deals.
You got your existing customers. They also get our best deals. Everyone gets the deals. Questions?
Got it. But why did you use a permanent marker?
Because I want to make sure you remember. I'm going to get a new whiteboard.
It's not complicated. Only AT&T gives new and existing customers the same great deals on all smartphones. Get up to $800 off our latest 5G smartphones.
President Biden's bold new jobs plan. It rebuilds our country and tackles climate change with clean energy jobs.
The American Jobs Plan will lead to a transformational progress in our effort to tackle climate change with American jobs and American ingenuity.
This is our opportunity, our moment to fight climate change and build back better.
It's big, yes. It's bold, yes. And we can get it done.
We miss being together, but you can still feel a strong sense of community with custom gear from Custom Ink. We've developed new tools to make it easy for you. Custom Ink has hundreds of products, including masks, to help you stay connected. Upload your logo or start your design today at customink.com.
Experience matters. For over 145 years, more families trust ADT for timeless protection and 24/7 peace of mind. Protect what matters most with the home security company that's helped save more lives than any other provider. ADT, America's most trusted security brand. ADT, real protection.
What do you do after you're the #1 selling brand of gas-powered handheld outdoor power equipment in America? You start making more equipment right here in America. Real steel. Find yours.
So as Chris and I have been talking about here, this story just does not end with the conviction of Derek Chauvin, not for the George Floyd family and not for their attorney, who is also now representing the family of Daunte Wright. Jeff Storms is going to join me now. He is a counselor here. He's an attorney. Thank you so much, Jeff. I appreciate you joining us. So, sir, if you were just being honest, okay, just be honest. Were you expecting guilty on all three of these counts?
You know, we were. And I say that, and in some ways, I wonder if I say that as a white American. You know, in my mind, with this bouquet of humanity, as Jerry Blackwell put it, watching all the way down to a 9-year-old girl witnessing what she knew was a murder. In my mind, I just couldn't believe that a jury wouldn't come back with the same result. But, you know, then when I talked to my Black friends, the Floyd siblings, they were relieved because they didn't have the same trust in the system. And that's so jarring for me, for that to be the case in 2021.
Mm-hmm. How does this, as you said when you speak to your Black friends and the family members there, this doesn't end for the family. How does this case against Chauvin differ from the one that is set for August against the other three officers?
Well, I don't know if I can entirely answer that yet, because we need to see what that playing field looks like. Are there going to be plea deals? How is that case going to be prosecuted? But Chauvin stood out in the mind for so many Americans because of just that terrible look in his face and the knee on George's neck. So, he was really the symbol, I think, that a lot of America took away in terms of the problems with policing. And, I don't know if America is going to pay attention as much to the prosecution of the other three officers, but I certainly hope they do, because, it's important. Our work's not done here yet.
Just one quick question for you. If you were representing the other three officers and you saw the verdict today, what would you be advising them to take some sort of a deal? What would you be advising them to do?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that if you were watching the verdict today, and even before the verdict today, I think, it would be wise to be providing that counsel to your clients. I think the evidence is overwhelming.
You think we'll see that?
It's hard to say. You never know what motivations may exist. So, at this point in time, there are some very experienced trial lawyers representing those defendants, and they may want a day in court for their clients. So I certainly wouldn't bet that we're going to see plea deals. There are some trial lawyers who are paid to try cases, and that's probably what they're prepared to do.
Jeff Storms, we appreciate it. Thanks for staying up late with us here on the East Coast, at least. We really appreciate your time.
I appreciate it. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Chris, I think that's a very good question. If you think you'll see, if you were representing the other officers, or if you were one of the other officers, might your mindset be different now considering this verdict?
Yes, but you lost a lot of leverage. The incentive for the prosecutors to give you a deal is now considerably less. Look, over 95% of cases are settled.
Right.
Okay, very few go all the way to court, to trial. But they also don't have the same exposure, potentially. As
he was the face of this.
But they do have to feel now that seeing how this jury checked every box along the continuum of intent, they could well be facing trouble that they did not anticipate before.
Yeah. We need to talk about what happened today at the White House, right? We had some this is very interesting to see the president and the vice president both speaking out today. The president addressing the nation after the verdict, along with the Vice President Kamala Harris. The president is calling on Congress to act on police reform legislation in Floyd's name. Will this Congress ever work together to do that? We're right back with our breaking coverage right after this.
We've got a good show tonight.
We have a wonderful show. How's everybody doing tonight?
I thought that I would never want to do this show with you.
Now why? Because you thought I was
an ass.
Please give a huge welcome for Beth Benatar.
Thank you so much for watching, and good night.
The Story of Late Night premieres Sunday night, May 2nd at 9.
This is what it feels like wearing regular shoes. No all-around support.
And this is what it's like wearing Skechers Arch Fit footwear.
It's all the comfort and support you need.
We're almost done here, Brooke.
It's good to have support. Try Skechers Arch Fit footwear with podiatrist-certified arch support.
I called my grandfather as a result of the research that I've started to do on Ancestry. Having Ancestry to fill in the gaps with documents, with photographs. Connecting in real time means that we're having conversations that are richer. I have now a closer relationship with my grandfather. I can't think of a better gift to give to my daughter and the generations that come after her.
Bring your family history to life like never before. Get started for free at Ancestry.com.
It's hard to believe that Mint Mobile can be good at just $15 a month. So, as Mint's new owner, I brought in one of our first and oldest customers, Wasim McNaby.
Welcome to Mint, Ryan.
So you've had Mint for years. Any issues?
No, the service has been great.
And under my ownership, it's gonna get even better.
How?
No idea.
Still $15 a month though, right?
Yep.
How about Taco Wednesday? Nobody's done that before.
This is more than a mirror. This is a portal to your future.
And bring it. Come on!
Introducing the all-new Vault from Nordic Track.
Total body strength.
The Vault is a personal trainer in your home. But where the Vault has no rival is it's a complete gym, hiding in plain sight.
Step into Super Band.
The best trainers in the world.
More resistance.
Giving you the exact workout you want.
More strength.
When you want it. Open something extraordinary. Get yours only at NordicTrack.com.
Welcome. Today's discussion will be around sliced meat.
Moms want healthy and affordable.
Landa Frost Premium.
No added hormones either.
It's the only protein I've really melted with.
Landa Frost Premium. Fresh look, same great taste.
I've lost about 20 pounds, which blows my mind.
The psychology aspect of Noom was different than I'd ever seen before.
Noom helped me make a couple of lifestyle changes that made achieving that goal very easy. Visit Noom.com and change your life for good.
This season, there's lots of stats, a lot of big issues. The Magic Ball is really going to help.
Well then, here you go.
Yes! Thank you. Come to Papa.
United Shades of America with W. Kamau Bell premieres May 2nd at 10.
Is there a password?
Only on CNN.
We all know that we'll eventually need a will. Eventually. How about right now? Trust and Will has taken the process of creating your will and made it easy.
like while you're lounging on the couch, easy. Trust and Will is designed by attorneys, but customized by you, one question at a time. All documents are state-specific, legally valid, and start at just $89. That's not a typo. Find the plan that's right for you at trustandwill.com.
Online dating? I know people meet that way, but where would I even begin?
Open laptop? Go to OurTime.com. Look for free. It's easy to take a look on Our Time, the fastest growing dating site for people over 50.
Bring light to your day. Strengthen your spirit with Pray.com's Daily Prayer. Carry God's light with you. Download Pray.com right now, the #1 app for daily prayer.
I'm John Harwood at the White House, and this is CNN.
Today was a big deal. President Biden formally addressed the nation after Derek Chauvin's convictions. He called this moment a giant step forward in the fight against systemic racism, but emphasized we can't stop here.
Systemic racism is a stain on our nation's soul. We can't stop here. In order to deliver real change and reform, we can and we must do more to reduce the likelihood that tragedies like this will ever happen and occur again.
Like what? Who? When? How? Let's discuss. We have Van Jones joining us and Charles Ramsey right now. It's good to have you both with me, and Don, of course. So when you look at this situation, you can't depend on the court to create policy for what's acceptable, what isn't, and why. So what does this conviction mean to you in terms of what you've seen in the past, and what does it suggest about what you need to see going forward?
Well, I think it's positive, and I think it's a moment that we can take advantage of. I mean, when you really look at the trial itself and who testified for the prosecution, not just the chief. I mean, you kind of expect the chief to testify, but not necessarily the rank and file. You had officers, you had a lieutenant, you had a sergeant, you had all those people speaking up saying, no, this is not right. This is not part of policy. It's not what we do. That is a sea change to me because, until you have a situation where if an officer's seen doing something on the street that they know is not, maybe it's verbal abuse, let's say, I don't want to get too serious here, but in a locker room, some cop pulls them aside and says, hey man, we don't do that here. That's a culture change. That's when it starts to happen. You can write all the policies and have all the training in the world until the peer pressure turns around to a point where that's just not accepted, period. That's when you start to really see a difference, in my opinion.
And there's nothing like the peer pressure of we're all going to jail if you keep doing that. So, all these things have to move together. You have to have the courts finally doing the right thing and the prosecutors like Keith Ellison doing the right thing. You have to have that culture change that you're talking about. We also have to change policy. One of the things that I'm excited about, you talk to the people on the ground in Minneapolis. They have been trying to fix this thing for a while. They're very smart. They have a proposal called Yes for Minneapolis, which the city council could vote on, which actually would create an office of public safety above the police department so they can control when do you send in police, when do you send in healthcare, when do you send in crisis intervention. They're trying to actually be more sophisticated now about how to meet the need for public safety and mental health, et cetera. So you're starting to see a sophistication at the grassroots level in Minneapolis. That's important. That should be matched by sophistication in Congress. The Senate needs to move. The House has already passed everything you need. The Senate right now could ban chokeholds. They could ban. They could make sure that all cops have a duty to intervene when something like this happens. They could create a registry right now for bad cops like Chauvin. Right now, the Senate is doing nothing. Cory Booker's trying to fix that. Tim Scott's trying to fix that. But you have grassroots sophistication now. The Senate could move now. You could change policy, law, and culture and get something done.
That's the push. And all of that is very important. That is the push.
Yes, sir.
But I think that what you're saying is very important because as we talk about any other ism, whether it's sexism or racism, it's not upon incumbent upon women to solve sexism. It's not incumbent upon black people to solve racism. And it's not incumbent upon the public to solve the problem of police brutality. It's incumbent upon police to do it. So you can create all the laws that you want, but as you said, unless police actually put them into practice when there is no camera, whether it's a body camera or from a cell phone, then there's the big difference, the real difference is not going to be made, Chief Ramsey. I think you're exactly right.
Most misconduct is not criminal.
Right.
So, I mean, I agree with Van. I agree with but most misconduct
You need what
is
Van
not,
says, but what
you
you
do,
really need is
but it's
officer.
not criminal. And you got to start with the small stuff and make it clear. And people know if you're taking that action on the small stuff, I know what you're going to do if it was something more than that. Something like verbal abuse. Most of those complaints go not sustained. But if you get the same cop over and over and over again, I mean, at what point in time do you say, wait a minute, this guy doesn't know how to talk to people, he's not doing things proper? I mean, at what point in time?
And then that undermines the safety of the police because now the young people see, well, these guys don't respect us, we don't have to respect them. I do want to point out, you know, my life would have been totally different if in 1992 the Rodney King verdict had been handled this way. You can't understand what it means to be a young person of color, as we were, Don, when this verdict came down. It put my life in a completely different direction. I spent literally 10 years of my life coming out of law school, suing police departments, trying to close juvenile justice centers, because I felt the system was against me personally. I don't know what's going to happen. You now have a generation of young people who say, we marched and it mattered. We voted for Keith Ellison and it mattered. They're going to be potentially real change makers for a long time constructively because they actually got a victory. We never got a victory, Don. I spent my 20s and my 30s, and we never got this kind of victory.
That was my first big story. Yeah. Was the Rodney King verdict when I moved here from Louisiana, moved to New York, and I started working at Channel 5 on 205 East 67th Street on the Upper East Side. The big thing which shaped me as a journalist was the Rodney King verdict, and then shortly after that was the O.J. Simpson verdict.
Why can't we all just get along?
Why can't we get along? Was the quote. We've all changed it and sort of morphed into why can't we all just get along? But it's why can't we get along? Him standing there in front of that podium saying that.
Let's take that. We're going to go to break. When we come back, let's get to the hard part, okay? Now, this could have been hard part. This could have never happened had the Minnesota police had their way in the beginning. Sorry, but it's true. Just go back and look at their original statement. Mm-hmm. Now, you will have people weaponize this moment and say, look what they did. Look what it's all about now. And now they're targeting us. And now here it comes. All of the ugliness to play to white fright is real too and will be used here. What does that mean?
Happening. It's already happening.
Right on our watch. So let's discuss right after this.
It takes baby steps. Let's start by reducing hiring bias, training managers, and guaranteeing an equitable and inclusive workforce. Take your first step. Become a SURE member today to get the tools you need.
Senior Chief Kelly, it appears you have a common enemy with the United States.
They took everything from me. My family.
He is more dangerous and effective than any man we have in the field.
They brought their war into my house. They're gonna play by my rules now. No remorse.
Tom Clancy's Without Remorse. Rated R. April 30th. Only on Prime Video.
I look for the WELL Health Safety Seal at my favorite places.
It means health and safety measures have met rigorous scientific standards.
Look for the WELL seal.
Look for the WELL Health Safety Seal outside and feel safer going inside.
Okay, Sparky, that's enough.
Parenting isn't an exact science. Supporting your family's immune system is with Culturel's probiotics, scientifically proven to help keep immune and digestive systems strong. And now in gummies.
10 years ago, we founded Loan Depot because we were confident we could deliver the American dream of home ownership to individuals and families across the nation.
Serving more than 27,000 customers a month, lowering payments, providing jobs, and investing in neighborhoods and communities nationwide.
We know what it means to put down roots and bring dreams to life.
At Loan Depot, we know
home means everything.
When fire and water threaten your business, hand the cleanup over to the team that stays with you every step of the way in your journey back. 1-800-SERVPRO and servepro.com like it never even happened.
Very Scary People, hosted by Donnie Wahlberg, returns Sunday, May 2nd at 9 on HLN.
Small business insurance is usually so complicated you need to be a lawyer to understand it. That's why 3 was created. If you own it, 3 covers it. That's me. I don't even need to see what's happening behind me to know it's covered. 3, no nonsense, just common sense.
Oh, life, how we admire you, are deeply fascinated by you. All your twists and turns and wild rides you take us on. The ups and the downs. Life, you live inside all of us, breathing, growing, beating. You are the reason we'll always provide world-class healthcare. Providence, we see the life in you.
This is a no-nonsense message from 3. Small business insurance usually forces you to piece together just common sense.
I'm Josh Campbell in Minneapolis. This is CNN.
Closed captioning brought to you by 1-800-PET-MEDS. Call or visit petmeds.com to save big today.
Rely on the experts at 1-800-PET-MEDS for the same medications as the vet, but for less, with fast free shipping. Visit petmeds.com today.
So how will this news be relayed and conveyed, and what will it mean? This is the cover of the Minnesota Star Tribune. Convicted, jury finds Derek Chauvin guilty of murder. Van Jones, Charles Ramsey joining Don and me. So the step is, what does this mean going forward in terms of the larger battle for systemic inequality? Van has been talking about the need. Interesting thing that I learned tonight in trying to contextualize this case. Couldn't get data. Couldn't get data. 25 years ago or so, there was law that mandated that the FBI coordinate with states.
Right.
But all the FBI does is take what they give him.
Exactly.
Or her. There is no rule that departments comply. There is no standard for what is use of force, what is abuse of force. So we had to go to this guy, Bowling Green, who is a professor who tracks it like on his own since 2005 to get data. How important is it to measure and track in terms of change?
Well, it's very important. I mean, you can't fix something if you don't really understand the nature and extent of the problem. And so you need to have the data. You need to be able to see what's going on if you stand a chance of trying to do anything about it. Now, as long as I've been in policing, it's never been like mandatory that you report to the FBI. Now, I grew up in the Chicago Police Department, and we used to report to the FBI because I had to make out reports. If you were injured or if someone else was injured in your custody, you had to make it out. I know other departments that never made it out. And so you never had an accurate count. You never knew what was going on. Now, back in those days, you didn't have the kind of connectivity that we have today and databases and all that sort of thing. But there's no excuse for it. All that stuff should be mandatory, in my opinion.
And I think that's part of why this George Floyd Act is so important. The idea of having a registry, being able to collect data. If you don't measure it, it doesn't get done. Right. That's just the bottom line. Now,
it's got to be mandatory.
It's got to be mandatory.
It has to
and now, when you have a department under a consent decree, sometimes then they do for those purposes. But the vast majority of police departments are not under consent decree.
But also, Van, when you look at the police report, the way that how they reported it out, I mean, are the departments reporting it accurately? What happened? Is that accurate? Who's going to oversee that?
And look, and I think that is something that people need to look at. You have a lot of people saying this verdict vindicates the system. It proves the system works. You guys have been complaining and complaining. Sit down, shut up. You got your victory. No. This proves the opposite. This proves that you have to make the system work. On its own, the system coughed up a furball of a false report from the beginning, and the initial charging for the local prosecutor was terrible, and it took Jay-Z calling the governor. It took people rising up for the governor to give the case to Keith Ellison, who then did a great job. But none of that happened automatically. It all happened because of extraordinary advocacy from celebrities, grassroots activists, and everybody in between. And so again, even if we're going to say, you want to be able to measure and monitor, it's still going to take a tremendous amount of ongoing community pressure.
Which one of you would know about this? Because I've heard people say to get these kind of experts, to fly them in, it costs a lot of money. And usually states don't have that amount of resources. How did that happen this time?
It was Keith Ellison.
Keith Ellison said he knew what was at stake.
Yeah, can we brag on Keith Ellison for 1 second? I've known Keith Ellison since he was a grassroots organizer, and he had this slogan, everybody counts, everybody matters. He was like this firebrand young guy, and then he ran for Congress with that everybody counts, everybody matters slogan. He runs for Attorney General. Everybody gets behind him. African-American, Muslim, younger guy gets in there. Turns out elections matter. Voting matters. Leadership matters. Right. He put everything he could on the table to make sure that it happened, and that's how you got the victory. Anything short of that, we would have had the same sad outcome we've had for, 20 years, Don?
Yeah.
30 years?
Yeah. He said this was, what did he say? This was Michael Jordan? I think he said.
A team of Michael Jordan.
This is a team of Michael Jordan.
He went and found lawyers that weren't even his lawyers.
Everybody I know said, states don't have these kinds of resources. Where do they get all of these expert witnesses and so on from? You don't see it, but you did see it this time, and that obviously made all the difference.
Yeah, but now he set a standard. And so what happens the next time, or the next time, or the next time? So resources have to be made, and it shouldn't be something that you got to fight for every year. The budget has to be there for AGs or whoever it is to put on a decent case.
Back with more of The Verdict right after this.
Tex-Mex.
Tex-Mex. Termites.
Go back up!
Hang on. I am hanging on.
Don't mess up your deck with Tex-Mex. Terminex. Aye, the only way to nix it is to Terminex it.
This is the story of two brothers.
My grandfather, Pinchas.
My great-great-grandfather, Rachmel.
Pinky and Rocky. There was an uprising in Poland.
And then the family broke apart.
They scattered around to different places.
They worked hard and built new lives.
But Rocky and Pinky's families didn't see each other again until now.
More than 100 years later, Ancestry helped connect us to our ancestors and each other.
Sandals Grand Antigua was incredible.
The pool was as large as the ocean.
And the beach was perfect. But what I remember most was falling in love all over again. Sandals Grand Antigua. Call 1-800-SANDALS.
Robinhood has made it extremely easy for me to take the income I make from my commission paintings and invest it into stocks. As an artist, Robinhood gives me my financial power back. You are in control of your financial destiny.
Experience matters. For over 145 years, more families trust ADT for timeless protection and 24/7 peace of mind. ADT, real protection.
The whistle sounds, it's about to go down. Put it on the floor, right to your door, Al Pastor. Ice cream scoops, take it to the hoop. Pad Thai, you know ball don't lie. Finger roll or lobster roll. Deep dish, the net goes swish. Winner, winner, thanks for dinner. For every moment, it's yours to savor. It's game time with DoorDash for every flavor.
Conversations. Some are hard, some are easy. Sometimes you talk, sometimes you listen. Sometimes you agree, and sometimes you don't. Conversations can create change. Let's talk.
A new season of United Shades of America with W. Kamau Bell premieres May 2nd at 10 on CNN.
What's the single worst thing about scooping your cat's litter box?
Scooping your cat's litter box.
That's right. Never scoop again with
Litter Robot.
Litter Robot self-cleaning technology sifts through those dirty little clumps so you never have to scoop. And your feline friend always has a clean bed of litter.
Which means your cat won't have to step on poop to go poop.
Litter Robot arrives ready to use. Just add any brand of clumping litter, plug it in, and ignore it until your Litter Robot tells you it's full. Whether you're in a one-bedroom apartment, a sprawling ranch house,
Or a shed with no electricity.
the Litter Robot will fit perfectly into any home. Visit litterrobot.com and join the over 400,000 happy cat parents who no longer scoop.
Order now and get free shipping and 18-month warranty. And if you or your cat are unsatisfied, return within 90 days.
The Litter Robot has been both designed and assembled right here in the USA for over 20 years. Stop scooping and order today at litterrobot.com.
I'm Caitlin Collins at the White House, and this is CNN.
There is bittersweet jubilation tonight around the country at Derek Chauvin's murder conviction in the death of George Floyd. CNN political analyst Natasha Alford joins me now. Natasha, thank you so much for joining. What does this mean for you?
I have so many mixed feelings, just looking at today. I went into this day with so much cautious optimism because for me, it was always clear, what happened on camera, what happened to George Floyd and that he was murdered. But I think it says a lot that so many Black Americans, we were holding our breath. We were prepared to be disappointed. But I think the bright spot in today is that we saw that courage was finally rewarded, right? For all of those bystanders who stood up, who recorded, who took the witness stand, they actually got the verdict that reflected accountability. And unfortunately for people like Eric Garner and Breonna Taylor and their families, they won't have that. So again, it's a mixed day in terms of emotions.
Before we continue our conversation, I want you to listen to Prosecutor Jerry Blackwell, what he said after the verdict. Natasha, here it is.
No verdict can bring George Perry Floyd back to us. But this verdict does give a message to his family that he was somebody, that his life mattered, that all of our lives matter. And that's important.
Is that what this is all about, seeing the humanity in George Floyd and people who may brush up against police officers in this society?
It breaks my heart that we have to argue even the humanity of suspects, but particularly Black suspects, right? And we know that we're dehumanized often when we look at basic interactions. I'm thinking of, Lieutenant Nazario out in Virginia, someone who was serving this country and was treated with such disrespect. So from those types of interactions, whether it's harassment or literally losing your life, we see that Black lives aren't valued in the same way that white lives are. And it's so hard for people to swallow. But I hope that this case reflects that, even a police officer who thinks he can get away with this, who thinks he can do this blatantly on camera, we're going to call you out, right? We're going to recognize the humanity of our brothers and sisters. But I have to say that, when I think about justice is going to be when we don't have to police the police, right? So we've celebrated the courage of, the young lady Darnella Frazier for recording, and all of the people who came together to make this happen. Even the police officers who took the stand and who denounced what Derek Chauvin did. But why do we have to record, right? And what happens when we don't record? And when the police provide a different account of what happened and Black victims don't get the benefit of the doubt? So I think there is a ways to go. But this sent a very clear message that you cannot snuff out our life so blatantly, so callously, and think that, there won't be consequences in this case. But now we need justice in the other cases. And so that's why the work is going to continue.
Yes, and I think you're right. It will be a good day if we don't have to police the police, but we'll always have to hold people to account no matter what the profession. Natasha Alford, thank you so much. I appreciate your time. And Chris, she said something. She said that she was expecting to be disappointed and was not disappointed, I think, as so many people around the country. I mean, even you, I wouldn't qualify what you said as disappointment, but you didn't think that it would be a guilty plea, at least on the second-degree murder charge, but yet and still here we are.
Remember, you had to balance the equities. The videotape is painfully obvious. The crowd, those elements, and yet at the same time, when have you ever seen a verdict like this returned?
Yeah. Much, much more on our verdict, nationwide implications, as our late night coverage continues here on CNN.
Start your day with all the support you need in Skechers Arch Fit sandals. Skechers teamed up with podiatrists using over 20 years of data to create a sandal that provides foot and arch support for all-day comfort. Podiatrist certified arch support for men and women.
It doesn't happen often. Everyday people taking on the corporate special interests and winning. But now, the For the People Act stands on the brink of becoming law, ensuring accurate elections, ironclad ethics rules to crack down on political self-dealing, a ban on dark money, and finally reducing corporate money in our politics to restore our faith in government. Because it's time for the people to win.
10 years ago, we founded Loan Depot because we were confident we could deliver the American dream of home ownership to individuals and families across the nation.
Serving more than 27,000 customers a month, lowering payments, providing jobs, and investing in neighborhoods and communities nationwide.
We know what it means to put down roots and bring dreams to life.
At Loan Depot, we know
Home means everything.
Cell phone repair.
Did you know Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need? Just get a quote at libertymutual.com.
Really? Let me check that out. Oh, yeah. I think I might get a quote. Not again. Come on, Rice. Do your thing.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Breathing is life, but airborne pollutants are everywhere. Even inside your car. Only advanced cabin air filters from PureFlow with antibacterial filtration technology block dust particles, eliminate odors, and prevent bacteria from entering your vehicle. Utilizing 4 specially designed filtration layers, PureFlow cabin air filters remove up to 99% of airborne contaminants. And PureFlow filters can be installed yourself in minutes, making it simple and easy to maintain quality air inside your car, no matter where you are. With PureFlow air filters, the air you breathe goes from this to this. Visit pureflowair.com. Better air.
Out here, we know you're ready for a fresh start in a new season. When gardeners dig into fresh ground. When landowners need a little horsepower to get property looking its best. And when taking care of pets and animals gives us new purpose. Out here, 42,000 of us in over 1,900 Tractor Supply stores are here to help with homegrown know-how and everything you need for spring. And with the services that make shopping easier than ever. Tractor Supply, everything for your life out here.
Keeping your oyster business growing has you swamped. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. The moment you sponsor a job on Indeed, you get a short list of quality candidates from our resume database. Claim your $75 credit when you post your first job at Indeed.com/promo.
Hello, everyone. I'm Don Lemon, along with Mr. Christopher Cuomo here. We're live for another special hour of our big coverage. It's midnight in Minneapolis as we're speaking right now. That's where justice was served after the murder of that the world got to witness with their very own eyes. Prosecutors asked the jury to believe their eyes, and they did. What did one of the prosecutors say? Believe in common sense, right, and not in nonsense. Mm-hmm. Chauvin, Derek Chauvin, the ex-police officer, convicted on all 3 counts for the murder of George Floyd.
We, the jury, in the above entitled matter as to count 1, unintentional second-degree murder while committing a felony, find the defendant guilty. Count 2, third-degree murder perpetrating an eminently dangerous act, find the defendant guilty. Count 3, second-degree manslaughter, culpable negligence, creating an unreasonable risk, find the defendant guilty.
Look, it was about 10 hours it took him to reach that verdict. It's not extraordinarily short, But it is, I mean, it is short, but not extraordinarily short. Obviously, juries have deliberated for shorter periods of time, but it is extremely rare for a police officer to be accused of using excessive force and to be convicted like that on all 3 counts. You don't see a lot of policing convictions, but now you have. And now the question is it going to change policing in America? Is it going to change any systemic racism or how police officers treat certain communities?
It's created a precedent for an expectation of consequence because I don't think I've ever said before the court decided that the police murdered fill in the blank, George Floyd.
Right.
You now have this. This was a murder. And now we have to see what does that become as a catalyst for more. So let's discuss with the better minds. Anthony Barksdale and Roberto Villaseñor. It's good to have you both. So Bark, when you're looking at this, they got him on second-degree murder, and then obviously you were going to get the 2 after that. But was there any measure of surprise for you that this was declared a murder, because we see it so rarely, even in shooting cases, let alone non-shooting?
I'm still so excited by the verdict. It's no surprise to me. What we saw was murder, Chris, Don. We saw murder. We saw a cop in uniform murder Mr. Floyd. And I am just so happy that that jury understood what they saw.
Counselor, when you think about what this means in terms of the overall process of change, Roberto, do you see it as a one-off, just one case, or could it become something of a catalyst for change in Congress?
Well, my hope is obviously it does become a catalyst, but I don't see this as one single incident. I mean, there's been far too many that have occurred across the country over the past decade. I think this is another rung in the ladder of issues that hopefully will take us up to a better place of policing. I expected it to be a murder trial once I saw the video. I'm relieved with the verdict because, as I've heard you say many times today, sometimes you just don't know in these situations. And I've seen stranger cases where the decision has been different. But this was so clear cut. I'm glad to see if we can get this one, behind us and then move on from it, because we need to take this momentum and move forward for effective police.
Look, I mean, we saw what happened in South Carolina, Bark, where at a traffic stop, Walter Scott runs away at no particular great rate of speed, gets shot from behind, cop lies about it, may have been a drop gun involved, but for a citizen, a kid with a cell phone camera, we would have never known. Still a mistrial, still hung. That's why I say you never know. But now that we do know, and there is some relief within not just the black community, but maybe within a larger share of the majority, how important is that in terms of taking the next step?
It's very important. So we've seen what can be done. We've seen what citizens can do when there's a rogue police officer out there. But the thing is, we've poured billions of dollars into policing. We've heard again and again, oh, police reform, we're fixing it. Well, we need to step up accountability. We need to start holding the commanders, the top of these police departments accountable for their officers. We have had enough of it, and it's time to get really serious about accountability, not just talk it, really put it into action. And that's for the politicians, that's for the people that these cops are sworn to serve, to get on it.
Not a smooth road, though, Roberto. You already have people tonight saying they're going to make police officers wanted men and women now. Nobody's going to want to do the job. Nobody's going to comply. Everybody's going to be looking to create some kind of controversy. Cops aren't going to want to do their job. People are going to try to be taking them out because you've demonized them all. What is your response to that kind of reaction?
Well, I do hear that. And I think it's somewhat understandable that officers are feeling persecuted at this point. But I also feel that we can get past this. We need to get past this. What I get concerned about is these individuals that get painted and that brush goes across all police, and it's done very callously, and there's a lot of good police officers out there. I think the problem comes is that we get those ads that say, well, it's just a few bad apples. However, we're forgetting the second part of that phrase. A few bad apples can ruin the whole barrel. And so you need to get those bad apples out of there so that the rest of the barrel can shine, because we do have a lot of good officers out there, and we need to acknowledge that, but we need to get rid of the bad ones and hold them accountable.
Well, Bark, you saw it in this trial. I mean, we didn't just see the chief. You know, it was interesting. Chief Ramsey earlier was saying, you know, you expect the chief to testify. I didn't. You know, I mean, that's not a given in trials when officers are on trial. But you not just had the chief, you had multiple layers of police hierarchy involved in this prosecution. And I have not met a single police officer, had a single conversation where anybody said Chauvin did the right thing.
So like, it's a beautiful thing to see, but we need that repeated across the United States. We need from sergeants, lieutenants, captains, majors, deputy commissioners, and chiefs to be engaged and know what their officers are doing. Get out the office, get on the street, and go to those hot calls. Go to those calls where things could go bad and see how your officers perform. See what your training is. Who's doing the training? It's so much more that can be done, but the key word is accountability. And that's from the bottom to the top. We have to stress accountability for police.
And Roberto, to the pushback of, well, you got it. The system worked. Okay, you got it. You got a triple conviction. We've never seen anything like it before. The guy didn't even use his weapon, and you got a conviction. This is it. You should be happy now. Sit down.
Well, I think that this case is such an aberration, though. This is such a blatant violation of anything related to law enforcement or just human compassion. And we can't say that, okay, this now shows that the system is right. And again, I mean, I'm not going to jump on the bandwagon of bashing on cops, because I think the cops are great people, a lot of good cops out there. But we need to own up that right now there are issues out there that we need to deal with. We need to heal this division between police and the communities that they're supposed to protect and serve. And we can't do that if we don't hold ourselves accountable.
And you can't keep the men and women who do the job safe either, if you don't, because they have to pay the price for whatever the perception is of the force. And Bark, I know you don't like some of those points, but you know they're out there. And if we don't address them, then they become even more powerful in that vacuum of getting pushback. And that's why I love having you on, and Roberto, you too, in order to, this is what they're saying, and here's the response. Thank you for doing it both. I appreciate you. Up next,
Thank you.
Remember why we got to a point of trial here, okay? Yes, you had the state step up, but you had citizens step up. Next, a key witness to the actual Floyd murder. His reaction in the moment. Now, his reaction to the verdict, and why the defense's attempts to go after Floyd and him were things that he was all too ready for. Next.
We've been at this for a year, but the light is ahead, and it invites us not to go back to where we left off, but to break through. This is our moment to build something new.
This is Theragun by Therabody, the percussive therapy device that has been the secret of professional trainers, weekend warriors, and all-star athletes looking to get to their next level. Visit Theragun.com. Change the way you move.
You know when your dog is itching for a treat, itching for an outing, or itching for some cuddle time. But you may not know when he's itching for help, licking for help, or rubbing for help. If your dog does these frequently, they may be signs of an allergic skin condition that needs treatment. Don't wait. Talk to your veterinarian and learn more at itchingforhelp.com.
Sue's always on Redfin, but she's never toured a house until now. Pretty cool, huh? Pick your date and time, and a local Redfin agent will help you find
the one.
Let's do this. On-demand home tours from Redfin. That's real estate done right.
Plant-based surfactants like the ones in 7th generation detergent trap stains at the molecular level and flush them away. It's science.
Science.
7th generation tackles stains.
Smart news.
I was only watching news I agreed with.
I was only getting news from social media.
Now, I use Smart News.
It has news that matters.
I trust Smart News. Download Smart News for free today.
So hot.
Hi.
Who are you?
I'm Tomorrow. I'm full of promise, but sweaty sleepers aren't too crazy about me. It's not my fault that people sleep hot.
You must be pretty popular because you've got a lot of fans.
Please stop coming here.
Casper. It's a Casper snow mattress, hyperlight sheets, and a lightweight duvet. The new cooling collection from Casper.
Tex-Mex.
Tex-Mex. Termites.
Go back up!
Hang on! I am hanging on.
Don't mess up your deck with Tex-Mex. Terminex. Hi. The only way to nix it is to Terminex it.
Sarah!
Jenny Craig works. Introducing Rapid Results Max. You can lose up to 17 pounds in your first 4 weeks.
Doing Jenny Craig, my best decision ever.
Limited time offer and flexible delivery options with Jenny Craig.
I want crinkle fries. For $1 now at Arby's. Still got curlies at the Arby's. Arby's, we have the meats.
At touchofmodern.com, prepare to discover a curated collection of the world's most exceptional, unexpected, and indelible products that will stay on your mind until you make them your own. Check us out at touchofmodern.com.
Confidence from winning family game night? No, it's the confidence of finding a great deal with Car Gurus. That smirk? That's knowing only 30% of cars get top ratings. That poise? That's seeing the details that matter before contacting a dealer. That's the confidence of Car Gurus.
The George Floyd killing now must be called the George Floyd murder. And that was the rendering of a court today that set a new precedent. And there is an overwhelming sense of relief for many in this country, especially those who witnessed George Floyd's murder firsthand. I have reaction from the man who confronted the officers that fateful day.
Check his pulse. Okay. Check his pulse, Tal. Tal, check his pulse. Tal, check his pulse, bro. Bro, check his pulse, bro. You bogus, bro.
You know, when you look at that crowd again, that's Donald Williams. He's afraid. He's worried. You see white people there, too. They were afraid. They were worried. It would be Williams who would call the cops on the cops and then would testify for the prosecution in this trial. We spoke just a short time ago. Here he is. What does this mean to you, Donald?
Man, this means a lot to me, not only to me, to my family, and also to the George Floyd's family and to the world. This is a big accomplishment and a big step to getting justice for Black America.
Did you expect this?
I can't say I expected it, but I know the team that, with myself and the team that was around, the witnesses, we all went out there and we told the truth. We told what we seen, and if the world didn't see what we seen, then it was blinders still on, and I believe the blinders are off now because the verdict that was made today.
What has this meant to you in your life, that you were there that day, that you did the right thing, that you knew it was wrong, and that you felt powerless to stop it? Do you feel more powerful now?
I wouldn't say I feel powerful. I just feel that, me as a human being and, the people that I grew up around, my personality, what I stand for, sticking up for people, and what I'm teaching my kids have been shown to the world as a Black man, and it just means a lot to me that a lot of weight has been lifted off my shoulders. it's been some really long nights, really long days, and a really long year of being able to, just have weight off my shoulders. And today, it was a lot of weight off my shoulder for me and my family, and not only my family, but the George Floyd's family and the world.
What do you want this to mean?
What I want this to mean, and the reason I'm gonna keep on going on with this battle after this situation, I want my son and my friends' kids, my kids, my son's kids, my daughter kids, and my nieces, my nephews. I want them to be able to be, understood as a Black human being in America. I want them to be able to have justice if their rights are being broken. So this just means a lot. Being in history, I'm not really understanding how much history I am, but just listening to people around me and the different feedback I'm getting from my social media, that I'm getting from my teams around, this is really huge, and again, it means a lot, Chris.
When you were in court, you were ready. You were ready to be challenged. You were ready to be painted a certain way. What did it feel like to be in that seat and to feel the questions coming and how much the answers meant and what you wanted to convey?
It meant a lot. It was a championship fight for me. That's all I kept telling myself, to stay mentally focused. It's a championship fight. It's 5 rounds, but this is a whole year. You got to be able to, stay in the zone. Don't lose yourself with all the riffraff that's going on, or different rumors, or trying to make me out of as a expert or certain things, when all I was doing is just telling the truth. So
part of the big defense strategy was, the real deal with George Floyd, right? You know what he was really about, right? You know what he was doing, right? You know what he's really like, right? And then when you got on the stand, they wanted you to be seen a certain way as well. Let me remind the audience.
You were angry.
No, you can't paint me out as angry. I was in a position where I had to be controlled.
Those terms grew more and more angry. Would you agree with that?
They grew more and more pleading for life.
Angry Black man, spooking the cops that couldn't do their job. That's what the portrayal was supposed to be. You didn't want to let it happen.
Nah, not at all. I've been there. Been there 4, 5, 6, 7 years old, being considered the angry Black child that always got his work done before his class, and was saying, no, he's just doing too much energy and things like that. Been a wrestler in Minnesota, passive aggressive. I've been through all of this before. So what he did for me was just give me more feel to be comfortable on the stands, because I knew his tactics was to see me as a Black man and to see that I was angry and to see if he could distract me and to see if he could get me off of course. I stayed on track. He was not able to break me, because we're unbreakable. We've been through this fight for 400+ years, and I'm just a hybrid of my parents, and I'm a hybrid of my ancestors before me.
When I met you, when we first spoke last May, you said, we got to make a change. We all better make a change. I don't know the last time we saw a verdict like this under these kinds of circumstances. And this is a moment where change is possible. And you are forever part of that result and that story. And I wish you well, and I thank you, Donald Williams, for sharing your story with us from the beginning.
Thank you, Chris, for having me, and thank you to the world and to the George Floyd family, and for the justice that we got. And thank you to my team, and again, my family, for being able to rock with me and keep me focused during this championship fight.
God bless and good luck going forward. I'm always a call away.
Thank you, sir.
Everything that happened here was a necessary catalyst that, but for, we may not have wound up where we were. It's not easy to get in cops' faces in a situation like that and plead with them to do their job when they're saying, get away, stay away, we have it, we got it. And to keep coming at them and say, no, it's wrong, it's wrong.
But how did you classify? Because I was just going to say, I was going to go the old-fashioned Christian way, that God put that man there. Right, it was good he was there. Let's just put it that way. It was good that he was there, and I know that he wanted to do more. They all wanted to do more, but what could they do when you got
nothing? That's a very perilous situation. And look, you saw and the idea that you're saying you're trying to make the cops violent. No. The defense attorneys tried to create it as a dangerous situation.
Yep.
Their argument was, these people made it very hostile.
Yeah.
The police had to defend themselves. They couldn't do their job.
Did you see the picture of them standing there? They're standing there like this.
But you heard them with Donald Wimp. You were angry.
Yeah,
you were angry.
Yeah.
It got worse.
Yeah.
You were more heated.
Made him nervous.
Look, we know what they were trying to do. Is that part of a defense? Yes, but it's also a part of reinforcing stereotypes that have gotten us into trouble. And now what do we have to do? We got to talk, and we have to try to spread a new truth through society to get away from the stigma. Who's good at that?
Oh, Kamal?
There you go.
Well, Kamal is a genius at everything, except for one thing. And I know, only I know what it is. And I'm going to tell you right after this break.
What a tease.
Hello.
A and B mark.
I didn't realize there would be an A mark and a B mark. Now I feel unprepared. Lots of energy. We're sitting in chairs in an empty house.
It should be fun.
I'm hoping for a sillier future.
Where's that microphone go?
The Story of Late Night premieres Sunday night, May 2nd at 9 on CNN.
And tonight's winning number, 43.
Yes!
Quick, the Quicker Picker-Upper. Bounty picks up messes quicker and is 2 times more absorbent so you can use less. Bounty, the Quicker Picker-Upper.
Hey, little fella. Big guy. You know we love you. But while our food has gotten healthier, your food hasn't really changed. With its powdered meat, spray-on flavor, and preservatives that make it last way too long. It's time for fresh meat and veggies. Real food with expiration dates that belongs in the fridge next to our food. Now, who's hungry? Freshpet, it's time for fresh.
It's much easier to be in the moment when you know the future's officially taken care of. Protect your family with LegalZoom. LegalZoom, let's make it official.
The moment Proactiv started working, I felt relieved, empowered.
Get that clear skin feeling with our 3 skincare systems. Proactiv's got clinically proven ingredients to clear skin and dermatologist tested to be gentle. Subscribe today, risk-free at Proactiv.com, and get this free charcoal brush.
At Empower Retirement, we believe in opening doors. Let us help move you towards financial freedom for all of life's moments. We've been helping over 12 million customers create the future they want, and we're ready to open some doors for you.
It's time to hit refresh, to be buttoned up, to feel your best and look it by using Just for Men shampoo and hair color to eliminate gray in 5 easy minutes. It's time to look forward. Just for Men shampoo in color.
Allergies don't have to be scary. Spraying Flonase daily stops your body from overreacting to allergens all season long. Psst, psst, all good.
This season, there's lots of stats, a lot of big issues. The Magic Ball is really going to help.
Well, then, here you go.
Yes! Thank you. Come to Papa.
United Shades of America with W. Kamau Bell premieres May 2nd at 10.
Is there a password?
Only on CNN.
Please stand. What a beautiful family.
Critics are raving about Minari. 4 stars, an essential portrait of the American family. Lovely, moving, and downright revelatory. This is the movie we need right now. Minari is wonderful. See it, you'll love it.
The minute I saw you, I knew we were going to be friends.
Minari.
Bring light to your day. Strengthen your spirit with Pray.com's Daily Prayer. Carry God's light with you. Download Pray.com right now, the #1 app for daily prayer.
If you've always wanted an adjustable bed, Craftmatic would like to give you this limited edition, fully adjustable base free with purchase of any twin, full, queen, or king size mattress.
Call 800-230-5698. Call now.
I'm Lauren Fox on Capitol Hill, and this is CNN.
Closed captioning brought to you by 1-800-PET-MEDS. Call or visit petmeds.com to save big today.
Rely on the experts at 1-800-PET-MEDS for the same medications as the vet, but for less, with fast free shipping. Visit petmeds.com today.
President of the United States calling the Chauvin verdict a giant step towards justice in America. Let's discuss now. W. Kamau Bell, host of CNN's United Shades of America. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. Listen, Chris and I were joking on the other side, saying that you were bad at. I said that you were bad at one thing. I think that's driving, because you don't have a driver's license. But let's breaking news. That's breaking news. But let's talk about what you're really good at, and that's having conversations and analyzing what's going on in the country. Your feelings tonight?
I mean, I feel happy for the Floyd family, for George Floyd's family. They seem to really have experiencing a measure of justice here, which I'm grateful for them. I'm grateful for all those eyewitnesses, grateful for all those people who testified on Floyd's behalf where he couldn't speak for himself. So that feels great. But I think that's, in the grand scheme of things, we still live in a system of policing in this country that I would say is broken, but my mom says work as it is designed to work.
Mm-hmm.
Meaning that, even as we do this, I was looking on Twitter, a 15-year-old girl named Micaiah Bryant, who was apparently killed by police today. There in Alameda, California, a Latinx man was taken into custody and killed under mysterious circumstances. So we are still living in a country where the police are still see Black and brown bodies as criminalized. So until we actually, hopefully we will look at what happened to George Floyd and the verdict in that case and go, this is an opportunity to redo the whole system. But that's going to take a lot of work and a lot of imagination. And
I do have to tell you, though, some of those cases, at least one of those cases that you mentioned, not exactly sure what happened there. Police releasing the body cam video, but they're still. I get your overall point.
I think that's the point, is that we don't always know what happened. Not every case is the same, right. But the fact is that there is a lot of suspicion around the police because there's a lot more George Floyds out there that we didn't get on video.
Yeah. So we have seen people of color dying at the hands of police over and over and over again with no accountability. But today, I mean, this was different. As your mom said, it's designed, the way that it was designed. But do you think this verdict sends a message throughout the country? Is it gonna resonate? Do you believe?
You called me old before we came on camera. Let's be clear. I'm old enough to remember the Rodney King verdict. I'm old enough to remember the O.J. Simpson verdict. I'm old enough to remember some things that we thought things are going to change from this point forward.
George Zimmerman.
So, George Zimmerman. There's all these different times where we thought things will change from this point forward. Eric Garner, Michael Brown, things will change. We got it on film. The evidence is clear. The thing that is different this time is that tonight an officer is in jail for the killing a Black man. That doesn't happen that often. But again, we need the system to change. It is not about individual acts. Again, I'm grateful for George Floyd's family, but it is not about individual acts, and I'm sure they believe the same thing.
This is what we heard today from the Vice President of the United States. Here it is.
Here's the truth about racial injustice. It is not just a Black America problem or a people of color problem. It is a problem for every American. It is keeping us from fulfilling the promise of liberty and justice for all. And it is holding our nation back from realizing our full potential.
Kamau, we spoke a lot, you and I, during this whole time, when at the height of it last summer, and as it continued when we were all in quarantine and, just going stir crazy in our homes. We couldn't help but watch this video of Derek Chauvin kneeling on George Floyd's neck for 9 minutes and 29 seconds. It opened so many eyes to the depths of racial injustice, especially at the hands of some police officers. Do you think this is going to last?
I mean, no, because in some sense, I can't hope that it lasts. I have to work to make sure it lasts. And me and the people I know who are out here doing this work, you have to keep talking about it to make sure it lasts, because it can go away. As I said, Rodney King, it wasn't 100 years ago, so we have to work to make it last, because it could go away. And like you just said, the George Floyd the fact that George Floyd made a difference and his death made a difference, his murder made a difference, is sort of this weird, toxic, perfect storm of us all being at home because our president mismanaged the pandemic and we were all watching TV at the same time. Without that, without those eyewitnesses, without people videotaping it, he would just be another dead black man and they would take the cop's word, I believe.
Listen, I watch your show every Sunday. So what do you see? And you often inject humor in a way that is illustrative and informative, right? And that's how you do it. That's your approach. So what do you see as the next step?
Well, it's funny you bring that up because, as I said, United Shades is coming back, and we were already working on a show about defund the police to talk about the next steps of policing in this country. And so that's our premiere episode, is about defund the police. And I think as much as that idea scares a lot of people and it puts off a lot of people, including our current president, we have to start talking about the big ideas of policing and get past the point of fear and get to the point of actually talking about what these things mean, because we have to imagine a different way. So that's what I see going forward. We have to lean into all these difficult conversations and then start holding ourselves accountable for results.
You know what's interesting? You mentioned the whole defund the police thing, because the slogan, I think most people are critical of the slogan, but not necessarily what it means. They're critical.
People are critical of the slogan, but they won't Google it. So if you Google it, you will understand what the slogan means and you'll be less afraid of it. That's how Google works. I also was a person who, the first time I heard it, got a little bit like, and I live in Oakland, the home of the Black Panthers. So I was a little bit like, but then once you understand what it means, all it means is the fact is currently in Oakland, we spend almost 50% of our municipal fund on the police. And only 4 to 5% of the violent crime calls, police only get 4 to 5% of violent crime calls in Oakland. That means there's a lot of money going to police that could be going to other groups in this city to help support this city.
Yeah. W, thank you. I know you love it when I call you W. That's a no. That is a no. Thank you so much. Listen, and make sure you check out the season premiere of United Shades of America Sunday night, May 2nd at 10 p.m. Eastern, only here on CNN. It's good to see you, W. Kamau Bell. Seriously, thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You be well. So this trial is over, but the case is far from over, don't you think? It's far from over. As W. Kamau Bell said, we got a whole lot of work to do, regardless of what you think, defund the police, reimagine the police, reform the police, what have you. There's work to be done on a lot of fronts here. A lot of things need to be.
Absolutely. A quote that's flying around social media right now is that justice will be served when those who are unaffected are as outraged as those who are affected. It's misattributed to Ben Franklin, but it is a very good thought nonetheless, and it is the key to any real change over time.
A host over on, one of my friends, Miss Stewart, over on the Turner Classic Movie said, we need to be able to have, especially when white people in this country can have their pleasure interrupted, then we will be on the right path. Have their pleasure interrupted, then we'll be on the right path. Get used to that. Yeah.
So let's take a look at what the path is. Let's bring in former federal prosecutor Elliot Williams. He's going to look at what's next for Chauvin. Sentencing will be interesting here. And this decision has affected a lot of people, including 3 other police officers. Next.
This is Kate. She always wanted her smile to shine. Now she uses a capful of TheraBreath Healthy Smile Oral Rinse to give her the healthy, sparkly smile she always wanted. TheraBreath. It's a better mouthwash at Walmart, Target, and other fine stores.
This is my body of proof.
Proof of less joint pain and clearer skin.
Proof that I can fight psoriatic arthritis.
With Humira.
Humira targets and blocks a specific source of inflammation that contributes to both joint and skin symptoms. It's proven to help relieve pain, stop further irreversible joint damage, and clear skin in many adults.
Humira can lower your ability to fight infections. Serious and sometimes fatal infections, including tuberculosis and cancers, including lymphoma, have happened, as have blood, liver, and nervous system problems, serious allergic reactions, and new or worsening heart failure. Tell your doctor if you've been to areas where certain fungal infections are common, and if you've had TB, hepatitis B, are prone to infections, or have flu-like symptoms or sores. Don't start Humira if you have an infection.
Ask your rheumatologist about Humira.
Go to Humira.com to see proof in action.
If you can't afford your medicine, AbbVie may be able to help.
This is what it feels like wearing regular shoes. No all-around support.
And this is what it's like wearing Skechers Arch Fit footwear. It's all the comfort and support you need.
We're almost done here, Brooke.
It's good to have support. Try Skechers Arch Fit footwear with podiatrist-certified arch support.
10 years ago, we founded Loan Depot because we were confident we could deliver the American dream of home ownership to individuals and families across the nation. At Loan Depot, we know home means everything.
An active lifestyle means you never stop moving. That's why only Theragun devices are designed to release your body's deepest muscle tension, so you can do the things you love. You only have one body. Make it a TheraBody.
Sue's never toured with Redfin until now. Pick your time and a local Redfin agent will help you find
The one.
on-demand home tours from Redfin.
The name of the store is Just Bulbs, and that's exactly what we sell.
Besides bulbs, what do you have here?
Nothing.
Could you get shades here?
No, we are just bulbs. If you want shades, maybe go to a place called Just Shades.
The story of late night.
You know, they put themselves in danger, girls like that.
It was a party. What's wrong, baby?
Who make the rules?
You're not even that hot.
It's every guy's worst nightmare getting accused like that.
Can you guess what every woman's worst nightmare is?
Promising Young Woman. Are you listening? Rated R.
Attention, California. New federal funding of $3 billion is available to help more people pay for health insurance, no matter what your income. How much is yours? Julie and Bob are paying $700 less every month. Dee got comprehensive coverage for only $1 a month. And the Nevadas are paying less than $100 a month. Check CoveredCA.com to see your new lower price. The sooner you sign up, the more you save. Only at Cover California. This way to health insurance.
This year, one film ignited a conversation.
Oh, it's a day of reckoning.
Winner, Critics' Choice Best Actress. Winner, WGA Best Screenplay. Now, Promising Young Woman is nominated for 5 Academy Awards, including Best Picture of the Year. Promising Young Woman. Are you listening? Rated R.
I'm Manu Raju on Capitol Hill, and this is CNN.
Some context for you. In 2019, a man named Mohammed Noor became the first police officer in Minnesota to ever be convicted of murder for an on-duty incident. Now, that was a shooting. Today, Derek Chauvin became the second, but this was not a shooting. His conviction remains the exception, not the rule. The numbers here tell the story. In fact, the fact that they don't even really keep numbers tells the story. I want to bring in former federal prosecutor Elliot Williams. You have your convictions. Now you have your sentencing. Will this be a sentence that benefits from aggravated circumstances?
In all likelihood, Chris. Now, look, the judge hasn't tipped his hand as to his thinking, but there are a number of aggravating factors. And set aside the fact that this is a police officer, he's now a convicted defendant who, number one, engaged in a violent act on a public street in plain view of children over a long period of time with a group of individuals. Those are all, each of those things I laid out are aggravating factors, and these are all things the judge can use to bump the sentence up.
Does being a police officer help or hurt Chauvin?
I think it hurts here because he's betraying the badge. Like, for the very reasons, some of the very reasons that he was convicted for are the kinds of things that a sentencing court can use to bump the sentence up. He betrayed the public trust and he betrayed the uniform he was wearing. So absolutely, the judge would be within his right as the sentencing authority to go for a higher sentence here.
There was a lot of chatter about what this means for the other 3 officers and that, oh, they're going to want to take a deal now after this. But what happens when their attorneys pick up the phone to call the prosecutor and say, hey, we want to talk about a deal? What happens after this?
Yeah, so I think they do have a huge incentive to want to deal. The prosecution doesn't, right? And it's all about how much the prosecution has a desire to compromise here. So if I'm the defendant, I'm thinking a few things. Number one, one thing we will see soon is a motion to move the venue of the trial out of Hennepin County. They're going to make an argument that, look at all the publicity, look at all the excitement about this, look at Maxine Waters, look at all of these things. There's no way that our clients can get a fair trial. That probably will fail. And then the question will be how much appetite the prosecution will have to negotiate on a plea. The prosecution's in a really kind of in the pole position here, to use a racing term. It's this conviction in 9 hours on all 3 counts. It seemed that there really wasn't much debate between the jurors. And I think that will carry on down to the other 3 officers on stand. So I would think the 3 of them and their lawyers are sweating right now.
Chance of appeal. You mentioned Maxine Waters, an appeal based on political intervention, tampering with the jury.
Yeah, no, I think not even a chance of appeal. There will be an appeal. Number one, on the third-degree murder charge, just because there's an open question in Minnesota law as to whether and how an officer can even be convicted of third-degree murder. This is the central issue being appealed right now in Mohammed Noor's case, the case that you talked about in the tease here. Then there's the question of pretrial publicity. Then there's the question of should the jurors have been sequestered the whole time. Then there's the question. I mean, all these things that the judge sort of batted down, they're all bases for a smart defense attorney to try to challenge. Who knows how they do? Although there is this open question on that third-degree murder charge. It's a tricky area in Minnesota law, and it's just not resolved yet. It's simply, as much as people want it to be, it's just up in the air.
But does it matter, especially on the state law level? Even it matters to Mohammed Noor because that's what they got him on. But even if it were to be vacated against Chauvin, the sentences generally, even at homicide level, run concurrently. So they'd still have him on the big ticket anyway.
Yeah, even if you forget the sentence, even if you just threw out the whole charge and said it's a mistrial or he's not guilty on third-degree murder, there's still second-degree murder and manslaughter. And the big one is that 40-year maximum on second-degree murder. So right there, now it's not going to be 40 years. The sentence right now in the range is 12 and a half is I think what they're talking about. It could be higher than that depending on how much the judge bumps it up. But no, you could do without the third-degree murder charge and still send him away to jail for a very long time.
I was talking today contextually about how rare a decision like this is against a police officer. And the reason it's hard to tell you how rare is because we don't really keep uniform statistics on this. About 25 years ago, the FBI had to start compiling data, but there is no mandate for police departments to comply or do it in any uniform fashion. What does that tell you?
Well, even set aside the data, the public just doesn't have a huge incentive to convict police officers. Number one, laws are drafted in a manner that protects police use of force, right? Like now there's some degree of force that cops are allowed to use. We should all probably agree with that. But, laws are there to protect them, and they often get away with using force generally. Number one. And two, on a bigger, more social level, people are trained and grow up trusting police officers. You talked about this earlier on the show tonight. It's baked into society that we trust officers. So even before you get to the question of whether and how data are kept, the simple fact is it's just hard to convict cops. And we shouldn't draw from this very quick unanimous decision that somehow race and policing are fixed in America. This just happened to be one trial with an overwhelming amount of evidence that ended in a conviction very quickly. But there will be others, and sadly, they're probably not going to come out the same way.
And remember, the way this one started is not the way it ended. It started as being explained as a health incident by the police. It wasn't until that it was removed by the governor, given to the AG picked a special prosecutor, Keith Ellison did, that you got into trial in the first place. Elliot Williams, you've been a gift to the audience in the analysis of this case. I appreciate you.
Thanks, Chris.
All right, we'll be right back.